Hello. Some pretty good music, in my opinion. I dropped an invite link. You're welcome. 50,000 people like this song. Hooray, no copyright. I hope there's no copyright. Hello, Dawn McD. But I might throw some music back on until someone joins. Hello, Tayo. We can add words to the music. I don't know how loud the music is for you guys. I feel like I could add words. I've heard my voice will put you to sleep. Sweet dreams. It's a live performance. Do you wish I could go faster? Come on, Tayo. You could do it. Me, Freddie, and Paul. It's good to have a soothing voice. My children definitely notice when it's not a soothing voice. I do feel anxiety. Maybe I can relax. I'll just keep working until someone hops on. By the way, I'm cool getting in a voice chat on a Discord too, if any of you guys prefer that. I actually think that's where things can be more intimate. Where you can take off your mask. We don't want people getting naked on the YouTube channel. But spiritually naked, I mean. It can happen. Sounds like a basketball team's about to play. Welcome to the stadium. feel like I'm ready to save the world now. Feel like feel like I'm ready to save the world now. I guess I could convince myself that I'm saving the world, even no matter what I'm doing, as long as I have this background music. Did you guys see that? It's kind of sneaky. Like there's a list here that says background music, no copyright, and then I saw one that said copyright, do not use. There it is. Copyrighted, do not use. Golly. I hope I don't accidentally play something that has copyright. It could happen. I'm going to review a pull request. Make sure you guys can't see it. In the software world, we solve problems and we have a lot of review. We review the plan, ideally. We include the right people to the review, and then we'll make changes, and then we review the changes. And depending on how reliable the solution needs to be, you'll have increasing amounts of review before and after the creation of the changes, because changes jeopardize reliability. Yep, there we go. And we like to avoid, in our line of business, we like to avoid changes right before weekends and holidays. And there will be a Thanksgiving soon. I hope people can be thankful every day. Let's see. Young God. Eventually, it will pay royalties per word depending on language. Dust to Dust. I'm your biggest fan. Not sure. Not sure if to get 3D printer or VR headset. If I should get. So they've got some very expensive augmented reality stuff too. I think seen I've seen some glasses that like it will use facial recognition to identify a person and then pull up all the information about that person that's available on the internet. Oh, it looks like my change did not get approved. There we go. Yoav says 3D printer. Yoav makes 3D printers. That reminds me, maybe I have an announcement. So, so my birthday's coming up. It's a few days before Christmas, and I'm planning to start a campaign to do a water project. I should text my contact. All right, Brandon. I my wife and I want to start a campaign to do a water project so that we can ask people to donate instead of buying presents. My wife and I want to start a campaign to do a water project so that we can ask people to donate instead of buying presents. There we go. I need to get that started. Here's Neil.
Hey,
Neil.
Gavin. Good morning.
Good morning.
I forgot my headset. I'm over in Texas visiting family for Thanksgiving week, and I forgot my headset at home. So I don't know how good the microphone is on this computer. I don't know if there will be reverb or annoying. Yeah. So let me know if there's any annoying sound stuff.
Okay. Sounds good right now.
Okay. And you're not getting any feedback when you talk?
No.
Okay. Good.
You must have paid good money for that machine.
No, like this laptop was like $300 for maybe $500, but that was the max. So yeah, that was.
It sounds like a Chromebook.
No, it's an HP.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, exactly. Yeah. So assume the agencies are all over this particular device. So speak carefully.
Oh man, what's your experience with that? Having the technology misbehave at strange times.
At strange times. Yeah, I mean, oh, hold on. I'll be right back.
Oh, there it is. Oh, so yeah, I'm gonna Never Thirst is who I'm thinking about partnering with. Actually, I already send them money. Never Thirst. I'll share a link. I've always been interested in trying to frame. I like to put on the glasses of how many people are without good water, because when you have like there's people dying from dehydration because of waterborne illnesses. There's quality of life issues, but I'm going to share a link. So I'm going to end up starting a campaign, and I'm going to, if people ask, what can I do for your present or your gift, I'm going to share a link. Say, here, just whatever you're going to spend, send it here. Yeah, and we're going to do a water project. I like how that website, that organization, they will allow you. They'll try to show you how many people will be impacted by the money donated. Hey, Kirk, I see you, cool kid, Kirk. If you would just please show your camera so I know you're not naked, physically naked in the material world. He's not naked. There we go. Hello, cool kid, Kirk.
Oh.
You are now visible to 8 people and maybe more people in the future. How are you?
I'm well. It's Thanksgiving break here in America.
Yes, it is. It's I'll be off work tomorrow and Friday, so I still have some responsibilities going on. We got Neil.
Hey, sorry about that. Almost had a child wander into the the stream. So emergency override.
Yeah, that's they have agency too.
Yeah.
So how are you, Neil?
I'm doing okay. Yeah. Thanksgiving week always is stressful, but I mean, you got the typical stresses that come with any family obligations, but then you got the election stuff on top of it. So it's a wonderful bundle of challenge. Thank you, God, for this role-playing experience. It's gonna be great. Let's see if we can roll +5 for resiliency. Here we go.
What a
Out of
topic.
curiosity, do I know either of you guys? Or do either of you guys know who I am?
No.
So,
Negatory.
are you guys part of the Jacob Federacci corner of TLC?
I am. I don't.
Yeah.
Neil, are you?
I am.
Jacob
I'm
is
part.
the amphibian that's bordering many different parts. And
I
so
know.
yes.
I'm part of the Federacci. So you said you're part of the Federacci corner, Gavin?
Yeah. So Kirk, are you in his Discord server?
Yes, I'm in Jacob's ladder.
Yeah, I'm there too.
So I'm part of the Jacob Federacci corner.
I threw a message in the Just Chatting channel of the Jacob's Ladder Discord server earlier.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm not always on Discord, but I am in his Discord. I'm the King of Here. I don't know if you've seen that. That's my Discord name. But basically, what I'm so basically my story is I'm a Noahide. I'm 17. I uh found out about Federacci's channel about, I don't want to say 3 years ago. I think like 2 years ago or 1.5 years ago. About 1.5 to 2 years ago, I had a long saga, but I'm not very frequent here. But been coming here more recently, especially on the Just Chatting streams on the weekends.
Cool.
But I so I'm also kind of part of the Hezi sphere in that I used to do the Perkea Vote streams and I used to do the Rambam study streams, but I couldn't do the Rambam study streams, A, because it's usually during the weekdays, and B, because he hasn't streamed in a while. But if Hezi does a Rambam stream today, because it's Thanksgiving break, I might hop on.
Well, I mean, if he does a stream, I'll end this one. So
No, the Rambam streams usually start at, I think, 1.
okay. Yeah. So I doubt I'll be going that long.
Yeah.
But, I don't like to step on his toes. I really think he has a lot of good stuff that he's sharing. So
yeah, I actually I initially thought that it was going to be Jacob streaming, and I was going to jump on, but then when I realized it was Gavin, I was like, oh, I'm still going to jump on, so.
But I was just curious. So, how did you guys find out about Federacci? So I found about him because, again, originally I was trying to convert to Judaism. I originally was trying to go through a non-Orthodox conversion. Then eventually I realized Orthodoxy is the only way that makes sense, and then I decided I'm not going to convert because I'm underage, and Orthodox conversions underage don't make any sense. So I just became a Noahide.
Mm-hmm.
So that's basically my story.
Did you come across Noahide before you met Jacob and before you found Jacob and Hezi? Or
before I found out about Jacob and Hezi, I've heard of the concept, but I didn't fully understand it because, again, this was a time when I was very theologically confused. But Jacob and Hezi really taught me a lot about Orthodox Judaism.
Right, and so I'm streaming to Jacob's channel. I have my channel, and there's a Randos United 2 channel that, my channel is close to 200 and Randos United is close to 200. So just so you're aware. And so could you tell us could you help us know what Noahide is, just for the other channels that aren't the Jacob Federacci channel?
Yeah, so basically a Noahide is somebody who's not Jewish, as in they're not a member of the Jewish people. They are not born to a Jewish mother and they didn't convert to Judaism, but they believe in, they accept the proposition of Orthodox Judaism and accept the 7 Noahide laws. And the 7 Noahide laws are 7 laws that are written in the Torah, which God gave to Adam and to Noah, and which, according to Orthodox Jewish theology, apply to all people, whether you're Jewish or not Jewish. And so the reason the term for Noahide is because a non-Jew is a descendant of Noah. He's a descendant of all the nations of, or he's the ancestor of all the nations of the world. And the 7 laws are, don't murder, don't commit idolatry, don't steal, don't commit certain forms of sexual immorality, don't eat a limb from a living animal. Did I mention idolatry? I think what are the 5?
There's something about like a justice system.
Oh yes, set up a court system to judge people but their laws. Don't murder, don't steal, don't eat from a living animal, don't commit idolatry, don't commit sexual immorality. Set up a court system, and the 7th one is
We quizzed you. I could go look it up on like Chabad. I've looked it up before, but yeah, it's escaping me.
Is it keep holy the Sabbath, something like that?
no,
Not no HUDs. I could look it up real quick. But Kirk, thank you for sharing. I know that. So Neil, he goes to the Catholic Church, and I go to a mega church. Like I think we identify as Christians.
That's okay.
Yeah, and I know there can be potential overlap there. Obviously, let's see. Chabad, Noahide, Noahide, laws. So cool. So yeah, that topic that Neil brought up is also interesting. I don't know. Yeah, you can end up going to a bunch of houses and families, especially if you're married. Especially if you're married into if you have like divorced parents, it's you can end up in a lot of homes, a lot of different little cultures, and yeah, there is a bit of a political season for a lot of people as well.
What was your upbringing, Kirk? Were you raised in a religious home, or and if not, what got you interested in Orthodox Judaism?
So I was raised in a Greek Orthodox, or so my mom's Greek Orthodox, my dad's Catholic, and I was baptized in the Greek Orthodox Church. I don't believe I was baptized in the Catholic Church, and I basically, but I was raised not necessarily secular, as in like they weren't saying, they aren't atheists. They're sort of like agnostic-ish, deist-ish Americans, like who don't really pay almost any attention to religion, but they're like, yeah, maybe there's a God, and we go to Christmas. I went to Christmas and Easter services growing up. Very civil American religion type stuff. And the main difference is, so I originally got interested in Judaism because I found out about Rabbi Tovia Singer, and the reason I originally was like, okay, I looked into Judaism and I saw there was 3 quote unquote American denominations of Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. I for some reason picked conservative because I thought, I'm not I don't like super traditional, I don't like super lax, I want to go somewhere in between. Then I realized that, and it was Jacob who really converted me to Orthodoxy, that not as in like I converted to Orthodox Judaism, but as in he convinced me Orthodoxy is the only valid form of Judaism because of various theological problems with the conservative and reform movements. And that's basically how I got into it. Now, if you're asking what do I ever plan on converting? No. But I just, being a Noahide is what it is.
Yeah, a lot of things can happen between 17 and the end of your life. So I would say stay open-minded, but none of us are open-minded until our axioms are changed or shattered in some way, shape, or form, and then the open-mindedness is like forced upon us. That's my own experience.
Can we be too open-minded, Neil?
Yes,
Yeah.
very, very much.
So quick, Gavin. What was the 7th Noahide law? So it said, don't murder, don't steal, don't commit certain forms of sexual morality, don't eat from a living animal, don't commit adultery, set up a court system. What's the 7th one?
I have to say, your mind is very fast. I can read it off. Let's see. I'm clicking. I shared a link in every YouTube channel to like a Chabad website. But do not profane God's oneness in any way. Do not curse your Creator. Do not murder. Do not eat a limb.
Oh yeah, don't blaspheme. That's it. Don't blaspheme. That's it.
Yeah. Do not
Okay.
steal, harness and channel the human libido, and establish courts of law and ensure justice in our world.
Yeah, so the seventh one is don't blaspheme. You're not supposed to take the Lord's name in vain. Pretty basic one.
I mean, they're all. I mean, there's details like the I guess what Jesus said, love God. They always ask what was the number one commandment. He said, love God, and the second is to love your neighbor as yourself. So I imagine the seven Noahide laws are connected to that. Loving God
Well,
and loving your neighbor as yourself. But
I
there's a
would
lot of
so
details.
I wouldn't posit this absolutely, but I will say Jesus was raised obviously in a religiously Jewish environment, so like it very well could have been some of the ethical instructions Jesus gave to his followers were based on some rudimentary understanding of the Noahide laws. I just don't know, but
No,
because I'm not an expert in Christianity, I just think I mean, remember the historical context that if there's any similarities, it would make sense.
yeah, yeah. And I mean, I've even heard it said that Jesus uh, had learned a lot in Judaism, would have been considered to be a rabbi, um, and and yeah, and then the rabbis that had power at the time of Jesus would may have been like very corrupt rabbis, right? The Pharisees, for example, that
I
were in.
wouldn't. I wouldn't agree with the characterization that the Pharisees were, at least normatively, very corrupt. I mean, there may have been individual ones who did corrupt behavior, but normatively speaking, the Pharisees are not fairly represented in the New Testament.
Yeah, I mean, what that means is if the Pharisees, as they were represented in the New Testament, were real, then they don't represent like what a good Pharisee should be, right?
Yeah, I just don't know. Again, this is again. I just don't know too much about like again, I don't even remember if I've read the full New Testament. I may have, but even if I did, it's been such a long time. But
Yeah,
it's not that I don't have anything against Christianity. I think Christianity. So my perspective is basically my Mandi's perspective. Christians brought the Torah to the world, right? Christians brought monotheism to the nations of the world who were worshiping multiple false gods, and in that sense, Christianity is commendable. The main argument I think there are problems with Christianity, obviously, but at the end of the day, if I have to choose between a paganistic or atheistic society and a Christian society is better. I mean, the main problem I have is just Christians tend to not be very educated on the history and translative issues within both the Old and New Testament. And I think if more Christians would learn the original biblical Hebrew, would understand the traditional interpretation by early rabbinic authorities, would understand the context Jesus was being raised up in, and how a lot of modern Christianity is not even really based on Jesus but on Paul, they would have more sympathy to Jewish theology.
yeah. I mean, if you were to tie it back to the Noahide laws, the concern would be that Christians don't know God and are blaspheming. That would be the concern, doing some kind of blasphemy or idolatry.
Well, not necessarily blasphemy or idolatry. It's a like so. The basic consensus among rabbinic authorities that Christianity is not a form of idolatry, or it's for a Gentile to be a Christian is fine. The problem is just theological. Like the problem is that most Christians, um, are not very well educated in why Jews reject Christianity. So, like, a big argument Jacob brings up frequently is that there are very few, or at least in his case, he says there's no known cases of an Orthodox educated Jew who's genuinely steeped in the Orthodox Jewish community who converts to Christianity. There are examples of secular Jews, there are examples of non Orthodox, Reform, and conservative Jews who convert to Christianity. But if you're talking about like a Torah observant, Shomer Shabbat, Shomer Kashrut Jew who, is very well educated in the Torah and the Talmud. Very few of them, if any, have ever converted to Christianity. And Jacob's case is he knows none. I know none specifically. I'll draw it out as a possibility, but I just think that there's a good reason for that, and the good reason for that is once you recognize the problems with the Christian claim Jesus is the Messiah, when you understand the messianic prophecies as outlined in the Tanakh, then it's hard to convert to Christianity. But does that mean that Christians are necessarily worshiping some sort of idolatry? No.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, there's a. I've heard this before.
I know. I'm just presenting it as I think Jacob would want me to present it. I'm not doing this because I'm not on any sort of mission to evangelize. I'm just trying to accurately represent these thoughts of Federici to all the other channels you're streaming on.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. The I don't think Jacob and I have ever talked about theology. I've only practiced like making Jesus my king for the last year. So
That's okay, and that's good for you.
well,
What,
it's actually it's weird to try and be king and then become someone who says, "Okay, I'm not king anymore." So that's a huge change of like an inner state of the interior for any person for their psychology who does that.
I understand, but I'm curious. How did you find out about Federici's channel originally?
Oh, we had a conversation probably like 4 years ago. Um, he invited me to have a conversation on this channel. Um,
Wait, you knew him beforehand?
so we met through Bridges of Meaning Discord server, which is connected to Paul Vanderklay.
Okay, so you met through Bridges of Meaning. After meeting him through Paul Vanderklay's Discord server, you were invited to have a conversation on his channel.
That's right.
And so how frequent are you on TLC?
In the last year, less frequent, and even in the last, I kind of have paid more attention to this little corner TOC, these network of people in the last month or so again. Um, but I've been hanging out in Discord mostly because I'm aware that this is public, and I feel like to have a community that is healthy, there needs to be kind of more intimacy. And I feel like, you know, public conversations on StreamYard don't really provide the same amount of intimacy, which is important for a good, healthy community. So I've been trying to do more Discord as I engage and interact in TLC.
I understand. I think both Discord and StreamYard are fine. I think Jacob would agree with you that Discord is important because it provides a sort of intimate conversation that you can't really get on a public StreamYard discussion. I think both are important. I've so for me, the reason I said that's a long saga is originally I came in as part of Jacob's TLC. I got banned eventually after like 3 months because what happened was he was saying that I was basically monopolizing the conversation. Or I was behaving in ways he thought were unacceptable, whatever. So I was banned for like 6 or 7 months. Then eventually I was like, hey, it's been 6 or 7 months. Can I maybe come back, pretty please? In one of his YouTube comments. And then he was like, yes, you can come on. And then I came on. I made my apologies. We're normal. Then I was active for a little bit. Then I wasn't banned in any way. I was just sort of inactive for a little bit organically. Then I came back, and then I was inactive for a little bit again, and now I'm back. I haven't been the most frequent, but I've
Hey,
just been participating more recently because like he's been doing more just chatting streams recently, and with the election and a lot of the Jordan Peterson type community focusing on like political affairs recently. I've tried to become more active, so it's a good little community. I think Federeci's channel is good because it's not like it focuses on almost everything. Right? You can talk about culture, you have some political conversation, you have religious conversation, you even have a little bit of philosophy. I mean, you have self help, and I just think it's a pretty neat little community.
yeah, I'm personally not very good at being a part of a community. Um, I can be like a support class. Like if I don't know if you've ever played like World of Warcraft or anything
No,
like
I
that.
don't believe so.
Yeah, or on a team. I don't know if you're pay attention to any sports. Do you pay attention to any sports?
Not anymore. I played soccer when I was growing up, and I was part of a swim team for a little bit, but
Okay.
I'm not currently part of any sort of like professional sports or not even high school sports team.
Yeah. Are you aware of how much did you play soccer?
Uh, I played for a couple of years. I forgot, but again, this was a while back, so I forgot most
Okay.
about it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's community is something that I crave, and I never knew it was important. And yeah, having an online community is better than having no community at all. Um, but yeah, I'm looking for try to be a a member of a team and a community that's good. That where people we try to know God better, we try to serve God better. So
So you said you're part of a mega church,
I joined. Yeah, that's the first church I ever went to. I got invited, and we just kept going.
and so do you attend services there relatively frequently?
Yep, I do.
Yeah, so if that's the case, I mean, it's not exactly a community, but if you have people there who you talk to, who you consider acquaintances that you meet on a weekly or semi-weekly basis, then I mean, you know, even though that's not the same as some other communities, it sounds like a fine community. So do you identify with any specific denomination within Christianity out of curiosity?
I don't.
I understand. So I guess you'd be like non-denominational.
Yeah, I'm a really weird one. So uh, yeah, I'm a really weird one, and I'm new to taking it seriously. So it allows me a little bit of it reminds me to be humble. It allows me to lean into the humility as well. So like I get to say, hey, I've not been doing this my entire life.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to have a connection to God, and so I'm curious. Were you raised Christian?
I was not. I was raised kind of a pagan with some Christian influences.
What do you mean you were raised pagan? Out of curiosity.
When I was about 16 or 17, my father handed me a book called The Teachings of Don Juan by Carlos Castaneda. And to me, it felt like he was handing me something like a father would hand a Bible to their kids or Torah.
Who's out of curiosity? Who's Don Juan?
It's basically related to shamanism, Yaqui, uh, Yaqui warrior kind of. If you look into it, there's
Is
people
that Native? Is that like Native American?
yeah, Native American. There's people who say it's kind of made up. My father basically would take me fishing and camping and would say, "This is church." Um, so he, yeah, he was definitely into kind of that territory of spirituality.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not fine. You know, but so out of curiosity, when did you consider yourself, or when did you like abandon paganism at a certain point, or was that in the last year, or
Well,
wait,
even there's elements of it. I think the big thing is my relationship to God. So I think with kind of shamanism, paganism kind of thing that I was doing, however you want to call it, I was treating God like a vending machine, kind of like you can do and say things and then the world will change, like you have some kind of power. And I was actually seeking power. But my new relationship is more like I'm trying to be like a feather in the wind, and I'm trying to move towards the holy wind, the Holy Spirit, and allowing that wind to carry me to places where I can serve God. Right.
I understand, but I'm saying, when did you consider yourself abandoning paganism, or when did you abandon the spiritualistic, shamanistic thing?
That relationship changed last year in October.
I understand.
Like
Yeah,
that was
so
when I really like committed to like surrendering and submitting.
Yeah, I understand. So last year you, I guess, became a Christian, and so out of curiosity, what was the original conversation you had with Jacob about? Was it about theology? Because if you were still having these paganistic tendencies when you had a conversation, that sounds like it would make for an a
We
weird conversation.
Jacob and I connected over the topic of secure distributed cognition, and so I've been a person who trusts nobody, did not trust God, did not trust anyone, and so and relatively good problem solver, and so we connected on the topic of how there's so much untrustworthy, insecure thinking and problem solving throughout the world, and this interest in how should you do your problem solving and thinking in a way that's secured, it can't be hijacked and corrupted, and will end up producing the best fruit. Um, so that's kind of that was our common interest at first.
Yeah, I know Jacob does talk, I don't know about a lot, but quite a bit about securing distributed cognition and about trying to create more trustworthy sources for people to get their avenues of information from. Um I think the term actually originally comes from John Vervaeke, although I could be wrong.
Yeah, I think he was leaning into words from John Vervaeke.
I was gonna say, have you ever participated in sort of the John Vervaeke, Jordan Peterson sphere at all?
I've had some interactions with Mark Lefevre, a couple with Manuel Post, and very little with maybe is it Father Eric. I don't know who other names would you throw in there of people that I could potentially
Father
know?
Eric would definitely. I don't know about the other people of Mark and what's the other one?
Manuel.
Yeah, I don't know who Mark or Manuel are, but I do know who Father Eric is, and I would definitely consider him somewhat in the Jordan Peterson sphere. I mean, he's definitely more he's more explicitly Christian than the Jordan Peterson sphere, but I would consider him associated with it.
How many
Um,
people are in the Jordan Peterson sphere?
I mean, it's not an exact number. It's not really easy to tell. If you mean, but by the Jordan Peterson sphere, I'm specifically referring to Jordan Peterson sphere associated with TLC.
Hmm.
Because like the Jordan Peterson sphere associated with TLC would include Jake. I would include Jacob part of it. I would include Hezi as somewhat part of it. I would definitely include Father Eric as part of it. I would definitely include myself as somewhat part of it, although I don't really pay the most of attention to him. Um, there are quite a few people in TLC who are considered part of the Jordan Peterson sphere.
Yeah, yeah. These kind of identities and labels are um, they're a little strange. Sometimes they get assigned to you, and sometimes you get to like claim them yourself. So
Yeah, I mean, it's not important to label yourself. Oh, I'm a Jacob, or I'm a Hezi, or I'm a Father Eric. It's more important who you are. But like, labels are a good heuristic to an extent.
yeah, yeah. I've listened to a couple of Jordan Peterson stuff recently, and like years ago, I listened to him early on, and I'm connected to a new person who is into a kind of therapy, and he has paid a lot of attention to Jordan Peterson's early stuff before he got popular. So, yeah, Jordan Peterson's a really interesting person in the psychological significance of the Bible. It's a great set of glasses. It's a great way to approach the Bible. There's different ways to approach, and that's a good one, in my opinion. It's like with those glasses. It's like all of a sudden it's like, what's an unclean spirit? What's a demon? What are these things like? And I think there's probably parallels in mental health. Parallels
Yeah,
in psychology,
I mean, Jacob. So
sociology.
Jacob's not currently a psychologist, but he is studying to become a social worker. And when he's studying to become a social worker, he's dealing with quite a bit of psychological concepts. And I think that's the main reason why Jacob likes Jordan. I mean, on top of the fact that Jordan Peterson talks a lot about psychology, which is certainly a big interest for Jacob. There is a lot of like, he discusses God and he discusses political issues and cultural issues. I think the main thing about Jordan is he's not like, when we say Jordan Peterson sphere, we're not talking about people who know Jordan Peterson like personally. It's more of like, or do you have a sort of orientation to liking him, and
Hmm.
like
Yeah.
Because like I mean, Jordan's like a huge guy, so like I don't know of anybody who directly knows him in TLC, as in like they've met him and are friends or anything.
Yeah. I think the TLC, Peterson sphere, stuff like that. There's probably anywhere between 5 to 7 degrees of separation between us and people up to about anyone in the world. Um, if you could follow networks, there's a path. You know, if all of a sudden someone started performing miracles, there any person and every person with any amount of power or influence would be able to know about it very quickly. That's the world we live in.
Yeah. So out of curiosity, if it's not too much of a, or too heavy of a question, have you ever gone to any sort of mental health things?
Gone through?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you know, that's it's a really good topic. Um, my mom died right before I turned 3 years old, and that shaped me. We all experience death in this life, but some of us experience it earlier than others, and we'll have different capacities as an individual to deal with our whatever we experience, some of these human experiences, and we'll all have different communities that were there that can support us and have different amounts of wisdom in the culture, whatever they've learned. And so that shaped me. And to someone, I learned a trick that if I did not love people deeply, then I would not experience pain as much. And so I uh, became, the I would call myself, I like to call myself, I became an asshole. So,
Yeah.
uh,
I'm curious. So have you seen any like specific therapist or?
no, but I did get connected to a guy on the internet who, um, he's tried to help me be honest and take off my masks, and uncover the self deception. Um, a little bit of time, but no, I've tried to reach out to a therapist in the past because I was interested in, could I get diagnosis for whatever reasons, but it's never really played out very well. But I should say, like, maybe my wife is my therapist. She's just such an amazing person with so much love and so much care, and she's very, and she has a lot of self control, and I think that she's probably been my therapist. I've known her since high school, and we've
Yeah.
been together since high school, and I'm almost 40 years old.
I mean, I hope the best for you, and if you ever need, oh, by the way, Hezi, I see you're in the comments. I can't pull it up, but Hezi, real quick, can you put in the comments if you're going to be doing a Rambam study stream today? Hezi's the young Levite.
Yes. Yeah. Kirk wants to know if you're doing a Rambam stream, has he? And
Um,
sure, it will be great if you do it.
but yeah, so I mean, I hope the best for you, and if you ever do have to feel like you need to contact somebody for mental health, it's always a good idea, if you need something like that. I think one of the things also is, I mean, making sure that you have stability in your life. So making sure you have the basic things I think most people need are, if you're an adult, you need some relatively stable employment. If you're young, you need some sort of plan for education. If you're almost at almost any age, you're going to need some friends or at least close acquaintances. And if you're going to, I mean, those are the main things: friends, some sort of stable career or education plan, and some sort of hobby you like. Like if you like, whether it's board games, video games, whatever, something that in your free time you are passionate about. It doesn't even have to be particularly serious. Um,
If
so
this,
I'm curious. Was that?
yeah, if this was a private conversation, we could go in and talk about each of those that we have, right? But maybe it doesn't matter if it's private.
Well, I was just curious. I was going to ask if you what you were doing currently professionally, if that's not how much of a question.
By the way, Hezi said Rambam returns in 3 to 4 weeks.
Oh, god damn it, Hezzy. Or
Is that
gosh,
the no hide law being disobeyed there?
sorry, gosh darn it, Hezzy.
Oh man. So you're wondering about my profession?
Yeah, I was I'm just kind of confused because I thought Hezzy said what he was going to I thought he was going to be soon finished with his move.
I think Hezzy has moved, but I don't know if he's still like trying to finish moving. But I think he's definitely sleeping in a different place than he used to. But
Nice.
yeah, I'm not sure. I've been in the voice chats, so it's that's where I've been hanging out. I didn't do it last week. I got real busy at work. Uh,
Yeah, so what were you saying? Do you do anything regarding professionally?
yeah, I'm a my basic skill is to develop software, to write software. That's my very basic skill.
So
Um,
do you professionally develop software is what I'm asking?
well, they call me a site reliability engineer nowadays, and I write less software than I used to. I'm basically supporting the software developers now and trying to help build automation and make sure that infrastructure is up and running and using cloud technologies and deploying and maintaining cloud technologies for other full stacks developers. I used to be full stack developer, and before that, I was like a C++ developer with the. So I've learned a lot of languages and been in
You said
different
Substack developer,
full stack.
full
So full
stack.
stack just means like anytime we're using StreamYard right now, they've got software running on computers in the server, and they have software running on compute clients like our browser. And so you need to be able to write software that's in your client on the front end of the browser and on the back end. And so they call that full stack, being able to write software for the server and for the client.
So basically, you basically deal with helping software developers like develop full stack technology.
Yeah. So I've been with my company and wrote a lot of the full stack, and then I'm able to be the person who still has that experience and knowledge of the what was previously created. So while also helping it scale. But yeah, I'm based. My customer are the software developers for the most part.
And so,
But
out of curiosity,
yeah,
what's the name of the company you work for?
uh oh, oh.
It's okay if you don't want to answer.
I mean, I would hate for what I say to reflect poorly on my company.
Don't
So,
say it if you don't want to.
but it's I could we we have a lot of customers. We've got about 500 people in our company. We've all worked remotely. I've been working remotely since 2018, and it's a growing business where we do a B2B business, and it's fun and it's growing, and hopefully it will be good for the world, right? Mostly we like customers can do things like businesses can do things like link up all their social media and manage their social media at scale, so that and they can manage their listings locations on Google Maps at scale. They can do things like this, and we're we're leveraging things like artificial intelligence, large language models.
Yeah, I don't know much about AI. I don't. So I think AI likely can involve like what's it called? Helping automate a lot of programming. I don't know much about it, but like assuming programming is very algorithmic, then certainly some sort of AI program that is also algorithmic could deal with it. I don't think AI is a bad thing. I think AI is a very positive thing in the sense that AI means that fewer people will have to work in coding, and that will mean more people can put their resources to either programming the AI or some sort of service industry. I think with every loss, there's some sort of gain.
So
Um, but I'm not an expert in AI. This is just what I hear from some people I trust. Um, and I'm curious. So when you do employment, when you do coding, do you like program AIs to help with the full stack, or do you Like, what do you mean by you utilize artificial intelligence out of curiosity?
We'll bake it into the product, and also I use it day to day. So I'll get my 10x improvement, performance improvement, and efficiency just using it in what I do day to day, and that should increase over time. And more people ought to be able to that couldn't do what I can do will be able to do what I can do. But then also we offer it baked into our product and services for the benefit of our customers and their customers. So we use it. I mean, it basically is getting used all over the place to increase productivity, um, everywhere. Every in my line of business, that is.
I understand. Yeah. Out of curiosity, do you have a specific type of AI that's like favorite, like ChatGPT 4 or Grok or something like that?
So I just recently put AI into my IDE, the development environment, to get basically very smart auto suggestions. But before that, I was using it just OpenAI, paying for the monthly for OpenAI. But we'll offer more than that to our customers as well. So I personally use OpenAI, and if it's not working, I'll switch over to something else. There's a lot of them, and
Is
they can all
OpenAI
be cool.
free?
The free version is not going to be your most capable version. Um, so, and then I mean I haven't done it in a while, but I've also tried to create like custom tools and agents using APIs. That's really where it's going to be. You know, you're gonna end up with basically just increasing. You could imagine like an agent as some kind of a worker that has a certain skill, and then you'll end up with all a variety of agents. And one agent could be something like a manager, if you imagine like a giant company. And all of these agents and their skill can get better, and their ability to coordinate and cooperate can get better. And then a fleet of these agents can be deployed for a company or a person, and it's just going to be force multipliers.
I understand. Yeah, I think again, it's far beyond my area of expertise. It's certainly not something I've looked into particularly, but I just think AI is just something that the problem is technology increases well, not a problem. The thing to consider is technology increases exponentially. That's a good thing, but what that also means is that it's harder to predict what a next new technology like AI could produce because it's going to, manifest exponentially in different ways. So
Mm.
something like, well, can AI drive cars? Can it do this? Can it do that? The problem, not a problem. The thing to consider is those could are definitely positive developments, but even though, well, not but, also these positive developments are hard to track or hard to predict.
So I take a more neutral. I don't necessarily say positive. I say it's a
Huh.
tool. It's a force multiplier, and so it can be
Same.
you can multiply the good or the bad. Like it's just a multiplier, right?
Well, I say positive in the sense that most people would use it for the good, um, but not but. Also, I would say like all technologies, again, the problem is not the problem. The reason I keep correcting myself and saying not a problem is because by problem I don't want it to sound like it's a bad thing. The thing to also consider or thing to also factor in is the amount of unknown potential variables that come into AI. Like for example, could AI eventually have some sort of potential for volition? I don't think that's possible, but like that's a variable which is just so hard to calculate right now because we have no idea what that would look like. Or could AI do a certain very complex task like help construct the basis of a building? Well, like there's just so many variables in physics, construction, computer technology, information systems that to make a prediction like about that is just impossible for your layperson.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the point is it as things change and change more quickly, our capacity to predict the future as it becomes more difficult to predict the future because there's just so many more possibilities and so much more change, and the rate of change is increasing. So Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, that I think it was
Mhm.
20. It was April 2023 is when I realized, oh, uh, my job is not guaranteed. I always thought like I was gonna be able to just keep writing software, and I even had like thought that artificial intelligence would emerge even like 10 years before that. But when I actually realized like, oh, my job's going to be up for grab, um, that was eye opening.
Yeah. So out of curiosity, other than employment, to move to a lighter subject, are there any sort of like hobbies you appreciate?
I like watching climbing, like rock climbing.
Or climbing, yeah.
Yeah, if I had, yeah, if I could just pick a hobby, it'd probably be rock climbing, and then I like music, uh, and I like fishing.
I
What about
used
you?
to so I used to fish with my grandpa, but I don't fish very often. Well, not very often. Actually, I fish none anymore. I used to fish relatively frequently with my grandpa, but for what a couple years I haven't. I just haven't been as interested. I like playing chess, and I'm trying to commit myself to going to the gym more often to swim and do some weights and but certainly at least try and commit myself more to the gym and I like chess. I like some music.
Yeah.
I so currently, um, as a Noahide, I'm not obligated to keep Shabbat or anything, but I do generally speaking try to go to like some sort of synagogue service on the weekends because for community and because um, I figure I even if it's a heretical one, um, it's a Torah rich, somewhat Torah rich environment. So yeah, I chess, trying to commit myself more to um, you know sorry, chess, more trying to commit myself to gym. I like some music. I try to go to the synagogue somewhat frequently just for the community, and also I'm
What is that like?
currently.
What is synagogue like? I've never been. I don't know what it looks like or anything.
It's so basically it's so usually it starts early in the morning. So it depends. There's three types of synagogue services. There's the holiday services, there's Shabbat Friday night services, and then there's Shabbat morning services. Holiday services, that will just depend on what holiday it is. But the morning services usually start pretty early. They end at a certain time. I think it would depend on the type of synagogue you go to. Some might end at 12:30. Some might end at 12:15. Um, I mean, the one when I go relatively frequently to starts at 9:30 and usually ends 12:10, 12:15. There's usually a kiddush lunch afterwards, which is can range from time. But then there's the Friday night services, which are usually start at sometime in the evening, rather not the afternoon, sometime in the evening, and go for an hour or so. And yeah, I mean, it would just depend on the community you're talking about. Um, what I was gonna say is also, so I'm 17 and basically I'm currently trying to in January I plan on doing dual enrollment, and so basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and do what some class at home at where some class I'll do at a regular high school and some will do dual enrollment at like a community college. And then by doing the community college, I'll try and get an associate's degree by the time I'm 19. Because if I enroll in January, I'm 17 now, and 2 years for an associate's degree. That means 2 years will be nine. I'll be 19 years old, and a dual enrollment program will mean I'll be able to save a lot of money. First of all, on college because an associate's degree is much cheaper, especially for a high school student. Um, um, and also, it'll mean that I can graduate earlier because if I graduate when I'm 19, then I'll, basically won't have to go through 2 years of community college. So I can graduate basically a year earlier than if I started when I was 18 and graduated when I was 20. So that's what I'm also trying to plan on doing, like education wise. But that's not necessarily a hobby. I just want to get that out there.
Hmm. Very cool. 17 years old. Sounds like yeah, sounds like a good life. Sounds like you've got a lot to look forward to. But what I'm curious when you go to synagogue, like what do you do in the synagogue for 3 hours? Like on that. that morning service?
Well, so basically, oh, if you're asking me what happens in the synagogue, basically they have a Torah reading. They on Saturday nights and on Friday nights when I don't usually go. I very rarely go on Friday nights. They usually just have a an hour service or so. Although there are some services, especially in that involve like a dinner. It just depends. Um, Sometimes there's a dinner on Friday night, sometimes there's not, but I don't really go to the Friday night very frequently, so it's harder for me to speak on that. On morning service, there's a Torah reading, and then afterwards, when the service ends, and there's prayers, so like um, there's the Amidah, I'm sure you've heard of, there's various other prayers, and when it ends, there's like a Kiddush lunch where after the service ends, you can go and sit down with other congregants or other people who are attending who are congregants and have lunch. And that can last, again, depending on the synagogue you go to, for a certain amount of time. Um, I mean, so it's sort of similar, I guess you could say, to some Christian services, but all the prayers are in Hebrew. So if you ever do go to one, just remember that like the verbal stuff will be in Hebrew, and if you want to keep along, the prayer book might have an English translation.
No,
Um,
no smoke machines and no bass drum, right?
no smoke machines, no press drum. The Orthodox ones don't have any sort of electricity at all, other than maybe they have lights that are turned on before Shabbat. Some of them.
Is
The
Are there parts
Reform,
of it that's musical, like where it kind of sounds musical?
yeah, I mean the prayers can be sung basically in like a musical tune.
Hmm.
I mean, and in the Orthodox synagogues, they don't have any instruments. In some Reform or conservative ones, if you go to, which are considered basically like the heretical ones, at least according to this theology, um, basically there are sometimes instruments, but like even then, not very frequently. It again depends on how seriously religious the community is. But certainly there is, even in the ultra orthodox or the Orthodox communities, there's a lot of singing that can be involved in the prayers or the recitation of the prayers. I mean, if you like singing, you might like trying a synagogue service. I'm certain the prayers can be sung, and yeah, I think it's I guess it's sort of similar to the fact that the Roman Catholic Church has the prayers in Latin, or at least some prayers in the Catholic service are Latin, but with Hebrew. Um, but yeah, I mean, go for yourself if you ever want to experience. They shouldn't turn you away the fact just because you're not Jewish. Um, but if you don't, I mean, don't want to, you don't have to.
Yeah,
Um, just if you're curious at all about the Noahide or about the Judaism stuff, there's obviously a Noahides of TLC in the Discord, and Jacob and Hezi can teach a lot about it.
sounds good. Shout out to Shout out to Patriarchy, Jacob's Ladder Discord server, and Noah Heights. So yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah, it seems like we do ritual. We have all these rituals, and underneath it all, it's like the potential for a relationship with God and people, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and the rituals are kind of just they they might help to one degree or another, depending on you know your personality um, and the situation.
yeah.
So,
So I'm curious. Um, is there any sort of let me think. Is there any sort of like music you like particularly?
so I use music like a mind altering substance. And so I've been listening to um, Christian worship, pop music quite a bit forever the last year. But I've gone through different stages of life where I've used different mind altering substances and I toss in music as a very powerful one. And so when I listen to music, I'll often listen to the same songs over and over uh, in the background while I write code and things like that.
Yeah. I mean, are there any specific artists you like, or is there any specific genre you like?
I mean, a better. I don't think there's a genre. There's very few genres I don't like. It's more about the energy. Is it
Yeah, I think I'm
is it
like that too.
angry or is it like I don't really want the angry, greedy music. I'd rather have like kind of the other feels.
Yeah, I think I'm like that too because I'm not particularly a stickler for genre. It's just sort of the vibes. I mean, I know it's gonna sound. It's not necessarily gonna sound superficial. It's just I'm not really interested in like any specific type. It's just like in the moment, does the sort of vibe, I guess you could say, speak to me. It's harder to quantify it in words. I mean, I guess if you want to go deep into it, I prefer melody to non-melody. I don't like rap music. I don't like some hip hop or most hip hop. I do like some. I do like a lot of like Leonard Cohen music.
There's a person in the backstage. If you just flash your camera, I know you're not naked, I can let you in. I think there's been a naked person on the stream at one point or another. It's something to be careful about. Anyways, but yeah, so
Oh, I was just asking. Do you know who a person named Leonard Cohen was?
Leonard Cohen.
Yeah.
Hmm. I would not recognize Leonard Cohen, the music nor the person or the band or whatever it is.
Leonard Cohen was a Canadian Jewish folk singer songwriter who wrote some songs like Hallelujah and some other ones that are popular among some people.
Hallelujah is a good one.
Oh wait, do
Yeah.
you know who he is?
Well, I know this. I think I know a song.
Yeah,
Hallelujah.
that's it. That.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, Leonard Cohen wrote that one.
Do you know what hallelujah means?
Yeah, it's like praise to YAH, which is one of the abbreviation for one of the names of God.
Hmm. And then, do you know what praise means?
Well, praise is praise.
Yeah, I like to try to think about all these words we use and make sure and see if there's a deeper meaning. If there's something I haven't experienced yet, that the word could be pointing at an experience that I haven't had yet.
Yeah, I mean, so Hallelujah, I was written by Leonard Cohen, and he wrote a couple other songs, and a lot of his music is like one of the reasons it resonates with me is because it's sort of existential, or it's sort of getting to like certain base emotions about the human experience and tragedy, and getting over grief. I mean, do you like Hallelujah out of curiosity?
What's that?
Do you like the song Hallelujah out of curiosity?
I do. And then you mentioned the word grief. It's actually a topic. Um, like so I'd mentioned my mom died right before I turned 3 years old. It's like, how are people and communities supposed to grieve, or go through the experience of loss? It's I don't know if I think there's a lot of people that don't have it figured out. Um, it can actually be it can cause stumbling blocks, for an individual and for people.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if I have a specific favorite artist. I mean, there's like, oh, here's a Blink-182 song, or here's a song by whoever, and it's like, yeah, I don't really care. I don't really know almost most of the band names, or I may know the name of it, but I never think about it. It's just like I listen to the radio. If you change it, I'm gonna like it, or I'm not gonna be particularly compelled by it. Either way, you know, that's it. I mean. I don't know. I'm not saying like there's no objective criteria to judge when it isn't or is, a better song. That's like, I guess you could say, a philosophical aesthetic question, but like that's just beyond my area to judge. I just know what speaks to
Mhm.
me and what doesn't.
Okay. Let's see if King Freeman. Hello, King Freeman.
Hello, King Freeman.
Hello?
Oh, Hello?
Hello.
Do you have anything you would like to add to this conversation?
I've just been listening for a while about some of the stuff you guys have been saying about, religion. I'm trying to be a better Christian. I don't know where to start though.
Actually, how old are you, King Freeman?
14.
Yeah, because you sound kind of young. Um,
I'm still trying to figure out how to be a better Christian as well. So
yeah.
I could let you know what I've done, but yeah. I mean, for me, Jesus is important, and trying to understand what Jesus was teaching is important, and then trying to do that every morning would be good.
Yeah. Um, King Freeman, out of curiosity, are you part of the Jacob Federici corner of the TLC?
No, I just go to my Lutheran church with my grandma
Okay.
on Sundays.
I know, I'm asking, are you part of the
Well,
Federici corner?
I think he's asking us how did you get here, King
Yeah.
Oh,
Freeman?
I joined from the stream.
And then you just saw it. You saw a live stream and just clicked randomly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's okay, but well,
cool.
have
Or-
you heard of
glad-
Federici beforehand?
I'm glad you're here, King Freeman.
Oh,
Like,
thank you.
yeah. No, but yeah, Kirk is asking, have you ever heard of Facciarecci? Right now, I'm streaming to 3 YouTube channels. I don't even know if we know which YouTube channel you clicked on.
Oh, I clicked on the one called Gavin Palmer.
Gavin Palmer.
Oh, so you
That's
don't know who Federici is?
No.
yeah. Yep. So you got to remember that, Kirk. We're multicasting.
Yeah.
It's a whole new world.
So the reason I bring this up, Kramen, is we're currently streaming to a YouTube channel called Federici, which is a little. It's not necessarily just about Orthodox
Trying
Judaism.
to
It's a
evangelize.
channel about created by this guy named Jacob Federici, who's a Orthodox Jewish guy who's studying to be a social worker, and we discuss religion, politics, culture, gender, psychology, philosophy, food, art, anything under the sun. Not always, but we are very multifaceted community with a lot of different members, and Jacob and Hezi are Orthodox Jews, but we also have Christians. David Busutil, Gavin, Luke, I think is a Christian, um, Father Eric, and basically we are we encourage trying to elevate the conversation. So we, unlike many online communities, we try and encourage people to participate in things that they're passionate about and positive for their life in real life, and have shared dialogue about it online.
So, King Freeman, you said you go to a Lutheran church with your grandmother.
Yeah.
How long have you been going to a Lutheran church with your grandmother?
I think like 2 years maybe.
Okay. Yeah, I go to a mega church, so I've seen. Yeah, I've never been to a Lutheran church. I don't think. Do you enjoy it?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. We like singing and stuff. Do
You get to sing.
all sorts of things.
Yeah, I have a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old, and so I've only been going to church for a year, and I bring the kids along, and the kids go to like a kids church area.
Yeah. Do you listen to like Christian music?
I've been listening to Christian music. Absolutely, I've been doing that for like the last year. Um, like I'll pull one up that I've got my download. I use YouTube Premium and I download stuff, and so I'll just go through my list of what I got. So the last one I downloaded was called "Lord Send Revival." I thought that was a good one. But there's like Hillsong Chapel, Crowder, uh, Brandon Lake. There's a bunch of like popular figures. But some of them I like. There's a good one. I like Lauren Daigle, Zach Williams. Yeah, there's some good ones. How about you?
Yeah, I listened to this guy named Chad King.
Chad King.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard. I think I've heard of him associated with TLC, but I don't know almost anything about Chad. I haven't seen any of his channels or I've heard of the guy. Um, just So King, would you do you know who Gavin is? Out of curiosity.
No, I just stumbled upon the stream.
Okay.
You
So
went to like a YouTube and you clicked on live streams and just started surfing the YouTube.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
that's okay. I mean,
Dangerous. It's a dangerous thing to do. Watch out who you connect with.
well, yeah. I mean, it's Thanksgiving break. We'll give him some slack. Um, so basic. Would you actually, Gavin? Do you have? I can put the Discord in the chat, or if you wanted to, Gavin. I would like to maybe invite, see if he would like to, if King would like to join the Jacob's Ladder.
I can share a link to
He would like to
Jacob's
join us.
YouTube channel, and then Jacob usually has information for if he finds it interesting and wants to get more involved. Absolutely, I will.
Okay.
But
Let me
I'll
see.
share a link here. This is this is the guy who pays for the StreamYard bills.
This is the Discord. I decided it's in chat. If you want to here see the Discord King, it's an open
Yeah.
Discord, so anybody's allowed to join. Try not to be a nuisance, but as long as you're not particularly a nuisance, you should be fine.
Okay.
Jacob is king on his Discord server.
Well, King Freeman's also king. um, yeah. So I'm Kirk. This is what I look like, and I'm 17. I'm not 14, but I was 14 at 1.2. So I understand where you. I actually originally did find Jacob as well, sort of randomly looking, but it wasn't completely random. So when I found out about Jacob's channel, I was looking up on Twitch some like Hebrew Bible study or Judaism study because again was trying to look for any stream that was talking about it, and I found one by Jacob. So in this sense, it was random in that I didn't have any knowledge of him beforehand, but I did have a specific topic I had in mind.
Yeah, it sounds like Kirk. You really enjoyed learning about the theology.
Yeah, but again, I came for the theology, and I stayed for the politics, and I stayed for the culture, and I stayed for the commentary. I mean, again, it's a very multifaceted community.
I stayed because I love Jacob. I didn't come for. I didn't stay for any other reason. That's the only reason I'm still here.
I'm curious, Gavin, how have you been feeling any particular way recently with the political situation in America? If it's, again, not too heavy of a question.
I I thought it was very. I'd been ignoring politics until after the election, and then I thought it was very strange to have a president that's going out the door authorize the use of U.S. made weapons to Ukraine. I thought that was a very strange move, and I was wondering who told him to do that, or did he just do it all on his own? And does he have that much power? But
Are you talking about Biden or Trump?
Biden, he's still president, and he's able to. He's the commander in chief, and I was just like, wow, he just got voted out. He's leaving, and he's able to send signals as a commander in chief. It's quite um, strange world we live in, but I'm
I
learning
mean,
to love God and trust God is what I'm doing. I'm
I
trying
mean,
to like yeah, that's what I'm practicing.
I I don't want to get super political here because, like, I don't want to make derail the conversation. We shouldn't. But I will say, politically speaking, I'm glad Trump won. I think whether you're talking about immigration being not controlled enough in regards to illegal immigration, or you're talking about the economy and too much spending or taxes, I think the Democrats have failed. I think Trump will mostly be good president. I know that's a pretty common position here on TLC. Um, but I mean, I think that politics is downstream from philosophy slash theology. Like I think, and I say philosophy slash theology, but like I think theology's the hand. I think basically it's more important to be connected to God than to be connected to any secular political movement. But I think that the secular political movement is trying to be an extension of your basic theological convictions, and I personally think Trump and the right currently need to do stuff to represent the good, but we're all humans at the end of the day, and we're all trying to live and navigate this fallen world.
Hmm.
But I mean, we live during very strange times. We live during the 21st century. We live during a time when, with globalization and technology and all sorts of confusion. And I also want people to recognize like any situation that you have lived through is your situation that you've lived through. There's 8 billion other people on Earth who've lived very different situations than you. So,
Hmm.
I mean, one things I personally like to do is put myself into the perspective of, what is the culture I was raised in? What are the assumptions I have because of my culture? What are the assumptions I have because of who my lived experience and like, my I live who I am and I believe what I believe in. And I'm confident about what I believe in, and I can make sure that I'm what I believe in is what I believe is aligned with the good.
Sounds like so you're paying attention to all these things. You're 17. You weren't able to vote. I imagine. So, King Freeman, do you pay attention to these things that Kirk pays attention to?
Um, yeah, I mean, I pay attention to like my dad got me into like politics at a young age, so
So,
kind
like,
of I
so,
have a tendency to pay attention to that.
so like something gets put on a television screen, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It seems like the screens we pay attention to really shape us. They shape us. They yeah. I feel like a lot of our worldviews are shaped by the screens we pay attention to.
That's true, but I mean, it's also important. Not just, I mean, screens are not a bad or good thing. They are what they are, right? Something can't be. I don't believe there are very few things which are like intrinsically bad or good. What's more important is like what is the context in which something is used. But like, I mean, I just think the most important thing is like recognizing why do I support this thing, not do I support this thing. Because like if you just go by emotional instinct, you're not going to have any guiding principle. But like as long as you have some basic guiding principles, like I value truth over ignorance, I value people having their rights respected, I'm against things which are destabilization of the current moral order, I'm for these ideals, I'm against these ideals. As long as you've got those five or so principles, you'll be good. And you have to apply them in any specific case. You have to make sure the people you trust are reliable, and you should always make sure that any movement you're going to be join of is ultimately subservient to your higher principles. But once you've got your hierarchy of values in place, I'm not against paying attention to politics. I think, like Jacob says, politics is not life. Politics is not what most people should pay a lot of attention to. It's a very small thing, but it does affect people's lives in our current climate, and to the extent that the government is trying to do certain things, we should make sure that we're attentive to it. Again, life is ultimately going to be more important, and making sure that your basic premises about the nature of reality are, um, first principle. But downstream from that, you might have to make a political decision in the cultural context you're raised in.
If you, it'd be nice if people with different hierarchies of values could coexist.
Certainly.
Yeah, because I heard you say the truth over feelings, and it's like it'd be nice if the people who care about feelings over truth could coexist alongside the people who care about truth over feelings.
I mean, I don't think people who have a different hierarchy of values are necessarily bad people. It just depends on the individual. I think most people who have incorrect political views, as in political views that are not aligned with the good, are not necessarily bad people unless they are, if they're educated, then they are bad people because they're knowingly support a bad cause. But somebody can support a bad cause out of ignorance. Somebody can support a bad cause because it's socially fashionable. Most people are not trying to. Um, most people are not malicious, and that's important to recognize.
Jordan Peterson likes to ask the question of what would you have done in the boots of one of the SSS guards, in the Nazi regime, right? And it's a really good question. I feel like sometimes uh, we think highly of ourselves that we wouldn't have been done the terrible things that all those other people did. And I think it's because a lot of times we're just not honest with ourselves about how much we're shaped by everyone around us, and what are we willing to what are we willing to sacrifice for some principles.
Yeah, this is what So do you know who a woman named Hannah Arendt was?
No.
So she was a
Can
Jewish woman.
will you say the name one more time?
Hannah Arendt.
Tana Arendt.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she was a Jewish woman who survived the Holocaust, and she wrote a book called Eichmann in Jerusalem: A Report on the Banality of Evil. So she was a Jewish woman who was lived during the National Socialism and obviously communism and Stalinism in the Soviet Union. And basically, her whole theory was that most evil is what's called the banality of evil. Or basically, when most people do something immoral, it's not because they're consciously or a malicious actor, but because they are part of a social context which has evil structures in it, and that they follow the rules of the structures they're born into. So Eichmann's whole defense was, I was just following what Hitler told me. Well, in Eichmann's case, he was caught up in what's called the banality of evil, where the structure of the Nazi government was, trying to be authoritarian, and he was caught up in that because he didn't, have the balls to stand up to the structure. And a similar thing to the Soviet Union went on, where you might have had an average person who was joining the Stasi or what have you, because of, again, it's they didn't have the balls to stand up to power structures that exist. And so, like, I think that sort of idea resonates with me in the sense that, I mean, if you're looking at not just the Soviet Union, National Socialist Germany, or any sort of totalitarian regime, the basic principle is that your average person who's getting caught up politically is basically socialized from birth to be an authoritarian.
You
And
say you say many words very quickly.
well, I'm not trying to go over these complex topics in a quick way. I'm just trying to like summarize them to the best of my ability.
Yeah. I mean, every word you use could be explored. Some of them more so than others. But on that topic, though, on the topic of Nazis. I read Corey ten Boom, The Hiding Place, and there was a moment where her and her sister saw a prison guard like beating one of the prisoners, and Corey ten Boom's sisters basically had said, we need to help these people once this war is over. We need to let them know that they're loved. And it took a while for Corey to realize that her sister was talking about the prison guards, that these prison guards were going to need to be loved after the war was over. And it points to the importance of mercy and love. But yeah, it's tough to solve all these world's problems, Kirk.
Yeah, and King, you're young. You probably don't need to pay much attention to like, oh, what's Trump doing? What's Biden doing? What's these political situations with the Democrats and the Republicans? Just live your life, and eventually you should start paying attention to politics. But like, just remember that these type of questions are not things your day-to-day person should have much to do with. I mean, they are unfortunately a fact of reality, but like, again, these things are downstream from your personal hierarchy. So like, King, you're young. Try and start planning for like, what do I want to do when I grow up? Do I want to go to college? Do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? And what are my theological convictions? And I mean, what are the community of people who I find are good friends and acquaintances to talk about these things with? Do I like any hobbies? Do I have any intellectual interests in my free time? These things are much more important.
Yeah.
I like the sentiment, Kirk, but it would be good to know King Freeman, to know more about a situation in order to be able to, before start, we say you should, but I definitely like the sentiment of trying to encourage him. But yeah, basically we're strangers to each other, all three of us. We don't
Yeah,
really know each other very well.
and that's okay. And
Yeah.
I like one of the things I do like about TLC is it's enabled me to even though it's not the same as an in real life community, even though it is an online community, for an online community, it does show me a lot of interesting people to connect with, and having interesting people you can connect with to meet for the first time is important. And even though the internet is not necessarily a substitute for real life engagement with friends or family, certainly there's nothing wrong with it to some degree. And on TLC, you can meet a lot of very cool people. You know.
Yeah, I think this community, these YouTube channels, um, I trust these people more than a lot of the other people I've seen on YouTube, and but yeah, I'll try to echo that if you're going to be going to live streams and clicking a StreamYard link, you're probably, you want to be careful. And then these, I feel like the people here tend to be pretty good.
Yeah, and another thing is also so I was just saying with our little hobbies. So again, I have some things I'm interested in. I am also interested, I guess, in like philosophy or continental philosophy. I don't think that would be a particular interest to either of you, although correct me if I'm wrong. Um, Other than that, I mean, I have what I like. I do like to sometimes listen to like the Joe Rogan slash Lex Fridman slash Ben Shapiro slash Jordan Peterson IDW sphere. Like I think the intellectual dark web, even though it's not like the same as it used to be, and I don't really pay the most amount of attention to, does have value. And I think with the revolt against wokeness recently, you are seeing sort of a informal resurgence of intellectual dark web interest. So yeah, I mean, do you have any podcasts do you like to listen to, Gavin or King?
I'm interested in letting King speak.
I don't know. I don't really listen to any specific podcasts, but yeah, I don't really listen to podcasts actually.
Do you know who Joe Rogan is?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't listen to him very often, but you might like some of his stuff.
I've seen some of his stuff.
So, Clara says, "Someone please tell King Freeman to go outside and get off of YouTube."
That's not very nice.
Well,
Well,
my children have been outside jumping on the trampoline
huh.
and getting outside. She sounds, she's rhyming with my wife, who loves to get outside as well. So I had to show it. It's not bad advice to get outside if you can. And
Yeah. Um, I mean, Gavin, or King, do you like what grade are you in, King?
Freshman.
Freshman. And do you have any plans for what you're gonna study when you grow up? Out of curiosity.
Um, I think I'm probably gonna be a gay porn star.
No, but for real.
Well, no.
Okay. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, is there any specific subject in school you like?
Mm, probably PE.
So you might want to maybe do something like a coach or some sort of like physical activity.
Definitely something physical, very intimately physical.
Well, when you're winning some NBA or an NFL, rather, when you're winning an NFL championship, I'll be happy to have known you.
Oh, thank you.
Um, um, Gavin, do you like any podcast or do you listen to Joe Rogan at all or those type of people?
I have, I used to in the past, but no, I've not been paying attention to many of those. I'd say I have started listening to more of the Christian apologist type stuff, but no, I
Yeah, I don't either. So like I don't really listen very frequently to like Joe Rogan or anything, but I do occasionally like listen to. So the last Joe Rogan interview was the Trump interview I listened to, but I don't really, again, I don't really pay much attention to him. I think I might watch like the, oh, if there's a Lex Fridman interview with Jordan Peterson, or if there's a Jordan Peterson interview with Greg Lowry, or if Jordan Peterson interview with this guy or that guy, I might watch here and there. Recently he did one with Stephen Hicks. I don't like pay the most amount of attention to the IDW anymore. I used to, like you did, but I don't much. Something here and there. I just think with the reason I brought up the IDW is I think to tie this into the situation we're getting into politically, the IDW is sort of an example of something like where normies are essentially revolting against the worst elements online, if that makes sense.
say that. Please say your point one more time, Kirk.
I think the IDW is like normies online revolting against the worst elements online.
Hmm.
We could unpack those words very much.
Yeah, it does seem like there's people. I don't know. I'm reminded of sports teams, like where people have a team, and then people like you either want to win or maybe even like to see the enemy lose more than you want to win. And I've seen there's a lot of dynamics in sports teams and rivalries that I see playing out on the internet in a lot of rituals and identities.
You could make that point. I'm just saying, I I think specifically the IDW is like unique in how like the people who started to join the intellectual dark web did not join it from like, oh, I'm going to go into this from the perspective of like a political streamer. No, the people who started the IDW were like established either academics or political commentators, and like it's not it's a much more like connected down to earth movement, in the sense that like even the people who are part of it aren't necessarily reflective of how average people live their lives. They are ultimately connected to like, previous real world causes, whereas like the main problem I have with a lot of elements of like breadtube or destiny sphere, and I don't want to name any other names, but there are some people online who I don't say live their lives online, they do have like personal lives that are detached from their online personas, but who entire online career is debating or some sort of political thing, and they very rarely have like, oh, I've gone from a real world talent like coding or like law or like evolutionary psychology like Jordan Peterson has, and then I've made an online career. No, it's the online career is the whole basis of the career. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a tricky networking aspect of things that it's caused resentment within me. But there's a reputation game and a status game that people play, and it's there's a question of like how much should you play that game, and there's trade offs. You're going to be missing out on things. So like all the people who are playing like the IDW or these people you want to mention, it's like there is a bit of this other kind of thing happening. Maybe you could, yeah. I don't know how good it is, and I'd say that honestly. I don't know if it may be good. I don't know to what degree it is good to be playing status games and reputation games. It might be good, but I don't know if it is or is not good.
I mean, again, like I said, there are very few things I think that are intrinsically good or bad. I think most things are contextual.
Yeah, there's something like you talked about having friends, and I'm not even sure people know what a friend is. I think it's a word that gets thrown around and abused, and like Facebook has used this word friend, and it's like, uh, so yeah. When I say think about these words we use. Try to imagine there's an experience behind that word that goes much deeper than what we are familiar with, right? And so when you're playing status games, I suspect that there's a sacrifice of friendship and intimacy between, you know, people and or God. Like that's the concern. That's what I worry about.
I understand.
And that's why I will point again, you know, voice chats and Discord servers. There's a place for StreamYard in public, but also I think there's a place where we hop in voice chats and we're not worried about, so much about our reputation and our status. And I'd love to see the IDW types or anybody with status being willing to like throw on a pseudonym and hopping into voice chats and maybe just listening. Right.
Um, yeah. Out of curiosity, do you have any So, are you familiar with what's his name? Um, you said you were listening to some Christian apologetics podcasts.
Yeah. And I don't even
Are
know
there
if I'm
any?
using that word properly. The
It's
apologetic.
okay. But is there any name in particular that comes to mind when that word's said?
Yeah. Well, the channel that I've listened to most recently is the uh, Daily Dose of Wisdom guy with 800,000 subscribers, and he'll point at there's a guy named John Lennox, and I think Peterson interviewed Lennox sometime in the last 5 or 6 months. I could look it up. What's his name? John Lennox? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, John Lennox is the guy that I enjoyed listening to a lot of the things he said.
Yeah, I know who I know who these people are. I don't know much about them, but I've definitely heard of them. And I didn't watch the full thing, but I saw Jordan Pearson interviewed John Lennox, and I think, in my opinion, you don't have to, but you should consider eventually maybe having this conversation about theology with Jacob or Hezi, because, like, I think even though Christianity is positive, overall, there are some theological questions you might, be interested in. Like, here's why some religious Jews, you know, reject Jesus as the Messiah.
My understanding, I always hear Jacob say, "I'm gonna look out my window, and I can tell the Messiah is not here yet," and I don't understand.
I mean, do you ever
I don't
plan?
know what he's looking for when he looks out his window. Like I'm looking out my window. Like what does he
I
expect
think
to
he
see?
means like world peace and all sorts of other things.
But before world peace happens, the Messiah would be acting and would have to start acting and would have to be born and go through like all of that. And it's like, well, how would you know when the Messiah has started? How would you know when the Messiah was born? How would you know when they started doing their ministry or mission? Like, how
Well, you
would
would know
the Jew
when you
know
start
that?
saying world peace begin and when people would start worshiping the same true God.
And would you see a leader emerge? Would they hide in the background and cause things to orchestrate? Would they be all over everyone's television screens? Like, what would this Messiah look like?
Um, I don't know if this is necessarily just the Orthodox Jewish view, but I mean, if the Messiah comes, it should be pretty obvious the signs of what a Messiahship would look like.
Like, what would you expect? Like, what would have to happen like today or tomorrow for you to kind of like raise your eyebrow and say maybe?
Yeah, if there's somebody who's publicly A, committing miracles, B, they were publicly causing like world wars to end, wars would stop if almost everybody, or if everybody started converting to monotheism, abandoning paganism, abandoning atheism, worshiping the one true God of Israel.
But
and
how would the Messiah do that? What tools would the Messiah use?
again, how specific that would look like is not a question I can answer. That like you're asking me to put myself in God's views. You're asking me to look through God's eyes.
I Christianity tries to put ourselves in a position of the Messiah, and so a good Christian is going to try and live like the Christ, right? And so you could then look at, well, how are these Christians acting, and are they doing miracles, and are they bringing people into the kinds of the transformations and the healings, So if you don't want to try and understand what it looks like to be the Messiah, that's one way to look out your window. But you could also look out the window and say, well, if the Messiah was here, what would they do? Would they like start fighting wars with guns, or like what would they do?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I would just say like, the main problem with specifically the concept of Jesus being Messiah is during Jesus' lifetime, he didn't bring about major messianic prophecies like not just world peace, but monotheism, like um, people speaking a similar language, um, like you know, they're like people not committing murder or like sin, people becoming repenting for their sin, and like you can say, well, Jesus caused this movement to begin, and Christianity flourished, and Christianity caused monotheism to spread. And what I would just say is, yeah, Christianity was a positive development relative to where the world was previously, but
I, I
the
just
main
don't
problem.
think I just don't think you can have world peace until like there's enough people trying to be the Messiah, because any one person can really screw it up.
But I think what I'm saying is I would interpret the Old Testament, the Tanakh, as saying that world peace will be brought in the Messiah's lifetime.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, world peace won't happen until there are enough people embodying the Christ. I just don't see any other way for world peace. I just don't logistically. I mean, the only other way it would happen is if God like controlled your brain like you're a puppet, and that's just not a loving God, you know.
Again, how exactly a messiahship would look like is trying to look at things through God's eyes.
I mean, yeah, it's something you can try to do. It is an option to try. It is a path you could try, but
Well,
I also realize that is like a very dangerous activity, because if you're wrong, and you become proudful in your answers, you'll be stuck in your sin, right?
I mean, I think it's hard to explain
Oh
because
yeah,
like
I mean, I don't think anyone can explain it, right?
I'm not trying to say because I'm not anti-Christianity. I'm not
Oh
anti-Christianity.
yeah, I'm not. I don't hear you being anti-Christianity.
What I am anti is the fact that most Christians don't understand the historical roots of Christianity.
Well, that's another question. It's like, does there have to be enough people on earth who understand the history of Christianity before the Messiah comes and there's peace on earth, right? I like to bring it all the way back down to at the individual level. What are we expecting people to do and the Messiah to do? And like, do we got to go study Torah, all of us? And I don't think that God made it that way. I don't think God
Well,
made it that we have to all go study Torah.
well, just the Noahide laws. Like the whole Torah only applies to the nation of Israel. The Noahide laws apply to all the nations of the world.
So you want Christians to study the history of Christianity and arrive at Noahidism kind of thing through that pursuit.
I mean, yeah, I think if somebody genuinely inquired into the history of Christianity and the translations of the Bible into Greek by Paul and by the Apostle, um, they will understand some serious theological problems with mainstream Christianity. Um, do I think that means every Christian who becomes educated will abandon Christ as Messiah? Not necessarily. But what I do think that will mean is that more Christians will understand things like the concept of the oral Torah, the concept that like there's an oral tradition given to Jewish people. They will understand why Jews have a specific rabbinic tradition. For interpreting the theology, they'll understand why the Noahide laws were given to nations of the world and why it's good for Jews to observe the Torah. But like, if you're otherwise somebody who follows the seven Noahide laws and you still believe that the Jewish people should observe the Torah, then whether or not you believe Jesus is the Messiah, in my opinion, is not particularly important. But there are just so many, in my opinion, translation errors that a lot of mainstream Christian Bibles, like especially the King James version, have that that makes many average Christians who rely on these translations and rely on these interpretations. I don't want to say completely ignorant, but very theologically poor in
Yeah,
many respects.
I hear you. I hear you. I think the part I like about what you said is that you said, um, I'll phrase it the way I want to phrase it, is that all that a Christian can believe Jesus is the Messiah and appreciate Jews who follow Torah and appreciate the Jewish traditions and the oral Torah, um, and uh, and that would be good in from your perspective that can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like there's an overlap there. There's a form of Christianity there, in my opinion. Um, as long as I basically think at the root of Christianity is the idea that Jesus was proclaimed by God. It's like, this is my beloved Son in whom I'm well pleased, and that we basically become doulos or slaves or surrender and submit to Jesus as our King. And that's going to be at the heart of my Christianity, and so that can definitely look towards Judaism and the oral Torah and all of that with a love as well.
Yeah, I think if you want a good resource for this beyond Jacob and Hezi, I don't know if you've heard of him. There's a guy named Rabbi Tovia Singer on YouTube who does pretty good stuff about this.
I've heard of him. I've listened to him, 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, and it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to be an expert or anything. I'm just saying, you know, there's a reason why TLC tries to foster interfaith conversations between Jews and Christians because of the fact that even though Noahidism is not a very mainstream thing and Judaism is obviously a very small religion globally, um, Noahide, I mean, Judaism is the basis of Christianity, so having Christians recognize the theological origins of the biblical canon and the theological origins of the rabbinic tradition, which happened to, in one movement in, you know, thousands of years ago, spawned into the Jesus movement, you know, and that doesn't necessarily mean it has a direct relation to modern day Christianity. And I mean, there's a problem with Christians, some Christians, not all, but some Christians who interpret the entire biblical canon as if it was intended for Christians or intended from a Christian perspective. When the biblical canon, at least the Old Testament, was authorized, modern day Christians didn't exist. And when even the New Testaments were written, the conception of Christianity that's observed during Jesus' time is not necessarily the same Christianity that formed during the Council of Nicaea or later, adaptations of the theology.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, my experience is that I've come to see God as good. Like, I've always believed in God, but in the last year, I've come to see God as good, and loving and trustworthy, in which I have hope. Um, it's when you live your life uh, with that worldview, with that, if that's your inner state, your spiritual state, if that's your spirit, um, that's huge. I don't think there's a lot of people who don't have that, and I was one of them. So the view that and the knowing that God is good and can
Yeah,
be trusted, and we can hope in God.
yeah, and I hope the best. And as it in Jacob, who are the people you know in TLC in this sort of Jacob corner with like I know Hezzy, I know Andrew, I know Jason. Who are the people you're familiar with in TLC out of curiosity?
There's a lot of them, but I would say uh, I'll do a shout out, for example, to Joseph Robson. I think there's a lot of people in TLC who are married and have children, and it makes it difficult for us to participate as much as everyone else, especially if we have children in the house. Um, but yeah, those are kind of, I would say if I felt a kinship with the men who are married and with kids in the house because we're in a similar stage of life, similar season of life, and so there's a bunch like that you know uh, that I feel the most affinity towards. But there's a lot of people out there that I've been able to talk to, and I could probably start naming off dozens of names. You know?
Yeah. Um, yeah, I mean, I think that one thing that's good about TLC is that the community encourages people to touch grass or to be involved in the community. It's a very Jordan Peterson esque community in that most of the people here
Hello.
are
Oh, hold on. Guess I'm on
like
headphones.
Jordan Peterson talks about having your room in order, having your room clean. That's a very TLC message. I mean, TLC is all about, this is an online community, but in real life, you should have good relationships and you should, have goals.
So Michael Sartori is one of the people I have an affinity towards. He's a
Yeah, Michael.
fellow husband father.
I know Michael. Hello.
Hi, Kirk. How are you?
I'm well. I'm doing good, and I'm excited for tomorrow with the tomorrow's Thanksgiving, and I guess also I think are they going to do they're doing a Bible study tomorrow, right?
I think, well, I think we said we were going to not. I'm pretty sure that was my vote because I mean, I won't be able to. I don't do it. And I think Cassandra said the same thing, but I don't know if the Canadians are all going to do something. But yeah.
Yeah. I didn't hear anything about David about it being canceled.
Yeah, we just kind of talked about it at the end of the Bible study last week. So I think kind of the consensus was we'll take a week off. I think, pretty sure. So
Okay. Well, hopefully
yeah.
Jacob will stream, or if not, or we'll see. I'm really excited for when Hezzy can start streaming again because I missed the Rambam streams.
Mm. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure not everybody is going to want to spend the whole time with their family tomorrow. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's some chats going on.
Yeah. I mean, the main thing for me is like, even though I celebrate Thanksgiving, it's not like, um, I mean, I'm going to eat lunch with my family. I'm going to try and have some turkey and some stuffing with my parents and my grandparents, but like, it's not an all day thing, or I might get some time here or there. We'll see. If there's a stream tomorrow, I'll try and participate, and we'll see. You said that you don't think Canadians will celebrate it.
Well, they don't. They have their Thanksgiving in like October or something.
Well, are you Canadian?
No,
Okay, why do you bring up Canadians?
because David and Sandy are both Canadian.
Oh, I know
So
Sandy was.
that's
I didn't know David was.
oh yeah. He lives somewhere by Toronto.
Yeah, I know
Yep.
Sandy's Canadian. I didn't know that David was, but yeah. If that's the case, then like I don't know why it would be canceled. If there are two Canadians on it, I could probably participate. There might be a couple other people who can participate. Is Cassandra Canadian?
No.
Okay. Yeah, because if you and Cassandra can't participate because you guys are American, then I can understand why that would be reason for some people to cancel it. But Yeah, I like the Bible streams, and I figure, it's a week off. I have a reason to. Bible study is welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, Michael, you're breaking up a little bit. Could you mute, or could you
So,
fix that in some way?
yeah,
So Gavin, why do you have to leave and rejoin?
I just stepped away, go stretch my legs, use the restroom.
Good for you.
But I was in the back office, so I can hop in the back office and mediate. So when you guys
Gotcha.
start like yelling at each other, I can
No,
like.
we don't do that. Me and Michael are actually pretty good. I mean, I don't know if you consider me a friend, but we're somewhat close acquaintances from Bible study streams.
Cool.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of cool people in the TLC. I think the main thing, I think TLC is weird because it's like a interesting combination of like IDW. It's like some part IDW, some part Orthodox Judaism, some part Christian sphere, some part Jordan Peterson sphere and psychology sphere. Some part and like maybe like a little bit pop culture politics uh, here and there. It's like an interesting blend. I mean, I don't know. Like, what do you think is the defining characteristic of TLC?
I think underneath all the rituals, it's going to be about relationships with people and with God. Underneath it all, and we just go seeking it. We go seeking those, and this is a space where we can do it, where we can have it.
no. The answer is undiagnosed autism. That's the.
Michael Sartori and I have been paying attention to a YouTube channel called Christianity on the Spectrum. It's very good. It depends on what you like, I guess, but I've enjoyed it.
I wonder if I hope Jacob or Hezzy might come on soon. Or if not, then that's fine. But um, yeah. I think I mean TLC is like I don't know much about it because again I'm really only in the Jacob Hezzy sort of Noahide sphere, and I occasionally I've gone on Father Eric's stream a couple times, but like, and I'm not super familiar with Christian Baxter. I'm not super familiar with, um, so Christian Baxter I know of, but I'm not very familiar with. I know who Father Eric is, and I participate in some of it, but only a couple streams. I know who Father Steven is, but I've never participated in a stream with him. To my understanding, I could be wrong. I know, who Grail. You know who Grail Country are.
Yes.
I know who Grail Country are, but I don't think I've ever participated in it. I come here and like I like Jacob's pulling up something from Safaria. We're talking about, oh, what's this Torah portion, or what's the holiday we're talking about. I like sometimes going on here and Jacob, ranting about wokeness. I like having these conversations somewhat politically, and like, even though I'm not a very political, even though I'm not the most political, certainly, member of TLC, I sometimes like paying attention to it and seeing the state of culture. Um, I just think like taking a step back from it all, um, you were right. I think the one of the different things that make TLC is trying to form a community. Community is very important here, and God. Religion is more emphasized here than other parts of the online culture. But I think TLC, even though it's a pretty niche thing overall, do you think it has any opportunity to grow seriously?
It would grow out. Like, so, for example, Paul Vanderklay or John Vervaeke or any of these people, they're not going to be able to have meaningful, intimate relationships with everyone in a big group. But, and then even those, there's like people who have levels of popularity. Like, you have a limited number of people you can connect with. So it'll have to grow out, and there would have to be, each person has the potential to kind of have their own little small group. Um, and ideally, every every person has a little small group where you hop in a voice chat or on some Zoom call and get to hang out with some friends, and it would help you become a better person and better at essentially doing God's will. So I imagine it growing out, not necessarily where it's just everybody's focused on like one popular person.
I agree. That's what I would say. But I was just asking if you think not what you think it would be one popular person. I would agree in that sense. No, it wouldn't grow. Not just one person. It would be grow out. I just don't know whether or not you think it'll as an internet culture challenge other parts of internet culture for popularity or for attention. Like, do you think TLC has a potential to say rival another big internet subculture?
I mean, TLC is just a bit ambiguous in itself, and it's like I wouldn't even. I really, it comes down to relationships with people, and maybe we have different. Uh, Maybe it's the quality of those relationships and the kinds of rituals we do. Like I could ask, for example, tell me about the home you grew up in, and that might be a ritual that is a good ritual that we could do. And if you do that, you would know that maybe it's somehow connected to TLC, right? If you hear someone talking to someone else and they say, "Tell me about the home you grew up in," that might be a keyword, right?
I'm not, I guess I'm not trying to ask for like a defining characteristic, but do you think what we associate with TLC will, as a whole, like, see it contrasting to like another, for example, I'll take another major internet subculture. You have like, the Reddit podcast sphere of like people on Reddit who like Joe Rogan or the IDW. Like, do you think it'll have the potential
My-
to rival those for size? Is what I'm asking.
I mean, ideally, if we want to have peace on earth, everybody should be interested in their relationship with other people and God, and that means being able to ask questions like and being interested in answers to the question. Tell me about the home you grew up in. So I don't necessarily like what is the defining characteristic and what do you name it. I'm less interested in that, and I'm more interested in peace on earth. Right.
Okay, but I'm asking, do you think that will happen? I'm not
Yeah,
trying.
I think it's
I'm not trying to
happening.
pin you down. I'm asking,
No,
do
no,
you think it will happen?
I think it's happening. I think there are places on the internet where people are practicing loving other people and loving God, and it's shaping up, and it's a good thing, and it's important, and it needs to keep happening.
And I understand personalities aren't really very important compared to like, yeah, being in a relationship with other people, being able to ask, very personal questions like home and community and family and what culture did you grow up in. Those questions are important, and having a relationship with God and the transcendent is also important. Um, and meaning, like, I think meaning making and the ability to get meaning out of transcendence, and meaning out of the transcendence we associate with religion and God and ritual are all defining characteristics of TLC. So these are, I agree, the definition is more important, or not the definition is more important, the ideas are more important than the people, but there clearly is some sort of phenomena online we can roughly call TLC, even if we don't think it's a very precise term. That's all I'm saying.
But there's
But I
there,
would agree that as a
I'll
it
just the
was,
one thing there that really stuck out that I think there are a lot of people here who would say would disagree with the statement that ideas are more important than people. But that would probably be like, do you think ideas are more important than people, or that people are more important than ideas? That's going to be a one to wrestle with.
I think ideas are more important than people, but I think ideas being more
I've been in
important.
I've been in your camp before, and I've left that camp. But yeah, it
But
happens.
what it also depends. What do you mean by ideas? Because like ideas aren't these floating things that are not connected to the real world. Ideas are just values and priorities. Like, I value certain things. I have meaning out of the transcendence I get in life. These are ideas. These are concepts. But these intimately tie into my relationships with other people. So I also think it's sort of a false dichotomy. I think
Yeah,
if you genuinely care about people, you'll care about the ideas they hold, and if you genuinely care about ideas, you'll care about the people they represent or the people that they are trying to pertain to.
yeah. Ideas connected to people, not divorced from people. Yeah.
I mean, I just think the whole culture of TLC is what I'm trying to say is, You say you think the culture of respecting other people, respecting God will grow. I would agree with that. Again, that sense TLC will grow. I'm just saying, like, there's also an important distinction to remember who are the actual people associated on the ground with TLC. And I'm not saying everybody loves Jacob
Hey,
Federer, and
I'm
not
trying to.
everybody loves Paul
Hey,
Vanderklay, but
so I started the TLC. Is called the Losers Club, and if you want a card, you have to
that's
get in
not.
touch with me. I'll send you a
No,
card.
no, it's not. TLC is called. Not only is it called This Little Corner, it's called Tender Loving Care. I
Well,
don't know.
I also created one called the Losers Club, and I'm selling membership cards. So
No, no. I mean, and this is, I think one thing is to remember. Sorry. Clara asks, is Kirk using TLC inclusive or exclusive to Peterson Sphere? Clara, what I would say is TLC is intimately related to the Peterson Sphere, but it's not the same thing. You can be part of the Peterson Sphere and not be part of TLC, but if you're part of TLC, you're almost certainly going to be part of the Peterson Sphere. So, like, Peterson Sphere is its own thing, and it's not necessarily dependent on TLC. TLC is almost certainly
well,
dependent on
so these identities, the names of these
TLC's important
identities
one.
can be a little bit scary
Peterson.
because it's just if someone starts naming you and labeling you, yeah, people are. You might actually be connected to people, and they'll just start naming you a racist or naming you whatever, just because you're connected to people. So
Sarah, I'm 17 and a couple months old, so like in some, I don't know, I think like 9 months or something like that, or 8 or 9 months, I'll turn 18. Um, real quick, quick segment is about hierarchy and order. I just think you're right. I think another thing that's different about TLC phenomena from what I was saying with some other people online is that, like, the types of issues that come up on TLC tend to be much less, much more in depth, in importance. Like in TLC, we're talking about meaning making. We're talking about relevance realization, psychology, and mental health. We're talking about getting people's lives in order. We're talking about the state of the culture. We're talking about what is their connection to God. What does it mean? What do these religious stories mean? We're talking about community. And, like, I think these issues are significantly more important than what you see in a lot of other corners of the internet, even relatively commendable ones. And I think so. That's another feature also of TLC beyond loving God and loving people is that the weight of the discussion is, generally speaking, going to be higher than other corners.
Gavin, I sent you a text message
I
with a
saw
link.
that. Uh-oh. I accidentally swiped left. Let's see.
Uh,
10 Square
Dawn,
Temples, rough drafts on building a culture that lasts.
yeah. But
The
what's it? Can you put it in chat?
let's see. I can definitely get it. Let me. I can move it around. I can move links around. I'm competent. I'm an IT guy.
Yeah.
It takes a little while.
I would just want to respond to this one thing Don McDee says. He says, where they say, we can't change the culture here. We can only change ourselves. That's true. We can't change the culture. We can only change ourselves. But each decision we have on a StreamYards conversation and in a conversation that could get, say, 10, 20 people watching, that's not going to change the culture. But those 10, 20 people are going to start having a new perspective and they're going to bring it into their own corners. And so I think we can change the culture even if, well, indirectly. Yes, changing ourselves does change the culture. But exactly, changing ourselves does change the culture. So let's change ourselves
I,
so we can change the culture.
Sartori, may I share your link in our live stream?
Oh yeah. Go for it.
Okay, that's part of the plan.
Yeah.
There we go. Let me share screen. Let's see.
Oh, that's a lot of links.
Stop
Ooh, Jesus,
screen.
6 links.
And present. We have a present. Are we presenting or presenting? Let's
Uh,
see. We got that. Share. Here we go. Pre-order with one click. Come on.
Oh, you don't have to pre-order it. I'll send it to you.
Here we go.
But
Tents Before Temples by Michael Louis Thomas Sartori. Sounds good.
yeah, it's about how you can change culture. So kind of
How many cultures have you changed, Michael?
my own. The culture of my family.
There you go.
Cultures, every family is a blending of, two cultures at least or more, and that blending creates something new. And you discard traditions, you create new ones, and then it's really just about the exclusive cultures don't always do so well, but um, it's spreading. But ones that can get people to opt in, they yeah, it has an impact. So
Yeah, cool. I definitely want to read it. Do you know December 3rd?
yeah, so there's supposed to be. I just got the thing saying the paperback should be like available too, but it doesn't seem like it is yet. But I gotta go, behind the scenes and look at it because I actually had it like a proof version printed and sent it to me, but then I reformatted it, and the new version is not showing yet, but it should be by the 3rd. There should be a paperback available too. So
Mm-hmm. Very nice. And
yep.
So if I want to shape the culture of in my home, my neighborhood, maybe around the dinner table at Thanksgiving when people want to argue over politics, this is the book.
I don't know. I don't know about that. It's something. It's a lot of words that I wrote.
All right, so I'll read it and then we can talk about it. How about that?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You don't have to read the whole thing, but
Yeah, I do. I need to read the whole.
Not all at once. Yeah, it's it's just my thoughts on the page or whatever. Looking at these things that we talk about, there is a lot of this little corner kind of stuff in there for sure. So
yeah,
This little corner, it's also, even though it's a very even though it obviously appeals to international audiences, it's a very American phenomenon. Right. I mean, you also have Canadians and Israelis here. Um, I mean, I guess the American spirit is particularly prone to transcendence. Does that make sense? I think Americans, there's something transcendent about the American spirit. Does that make sense?
yeah, well, I think the thing is that you can do whatever you want, but that's really scary. And then, like, that's how America came to be. People doing whatever they want, and people like America. So,
But I mean,
like,
there's something about the American civic religion that's like, America's all about these, like, in European culture and in other cultures, other than the, I mean, I think Israeli culture is also pretty transcendent. I think Canadian culture and certainly parts of English and Western European culture and parts of Eastern European culture. I mean, what I mean is, the American spirit is essentially communal and individual in the sense that, on the one hand, politically, we are very individualistic, and ethically, we believe the individual has sovereignty and the individual has, basically the right to do what they want, as long as they're, respecting the rights of other people. And what this means is that when you manifest this into virtue ethics, or how you manifest in relation to other people, because every individual is sovereign, that means you have a, not necessarily a duty, but you have some like moral commitments to respecting other individuals, and this is the basis of good communal ties and good family ties. And so, on Thanksgiving, you're eating to celebrate the freedom that this country grants you with your family. You're honoring your mother and your father, and you're, um, you know, these sort of like the idea that like you honor your parents and you honor your community because you're an individual and because they're of value to your life is a very American attitude, if that makes sense.
Yes. Well, I did. So I did put a thing in there. I've talked about it a little bit on live streams, but kind of studying it, because what if you think about like what is the patron spirit of America, the goddess of America? Do you know, Kirk? I'm sure you do.
Yeah. The goddess of
So
America is actually I don't remember.
Lady something that has a big
Lady
statue
Liberty.
in New York. Yes, Lady Liberty, right?
I
So
thought by patron goddess you meant like ancient Greek goddess that is
well,
associated with.
so Libertas was which it's Eleutheria in Greece, and then it's Libertas in Rome. So, but yeah, so it's freedom, liberty, freedom. But it's very interesting because but because it's a goddess, it's a female, uh, and it's this is the land of the free, and it's a Arenic type of liberty that is what made America great. Because if you think about like the plaque or whatever with the poem that's on the Statue of Liberty, are you familiar with that? Give
I'm
us
familiar
your
with that.
poor and
Yeah,
your
that was written
downtrodden and
by
all that.
that was actually written by a Jewish woman named Emma Lazarus, I
Yeah,
believe.
yeah, Emma Lazarus, the new Colossus. So it's a very strange thing because you think it's like, okay, wait, what does like freedom have to do with like these people who are somewhat, um, incapable of action or whatever? And it's this thing where like there's the strength of the community is put into protecting the freedom of the least of these, really, which means that the strong who could do
Emma
basically,
Lazarus.
they could do whatever they want, but it's the willingness to uh, put your own self interests behind those of others,
Well, I don't know if it's
putting the
necessarily
interests of
putting your
others.
self-interest, but I don't. I think a better way to
Well,
contextualize it. Can I? But here's how I would contextualize it. You're not putting your self-interest, but like those are others. You're putting your narrow, short-term whims
yeah,
underneath a hierarchy of values. And those hierarchy of values involve the communal institutions, which are rooted ultimately in the axioms of the individual being sovereign, and that individual being sovereign is rooted essentially in the Judeo-Christian conception that the individual is made in the image of God.
yes, for sure. So yeah, I would say obviously it is but it's a denial. It has to be a denial of something. So it's a denial of the short-term selfish interests of individuals for the greater good. But
The reason I don't say I don't like to demonize selfishness or self-interest because I don't think people who act in, you could say, a short-term way that denies the transcendent order are acting in their self-interest. Like, I think if you're talking about self-interest in the sense of like somebody pursuing what's actually going to be beneficial for them in the long term, then that requires being part of a transcendent order. But does that transcendent order, is that anti-selfish? Well, no, it's actually the basis of a form of selfishness. It's just like I'm not trying to say, if it depends what you mean by selfishness, but I think if you're talking about selfishness being what's in your rational interest or what's actually going to be good for
well,
your life.
no, well, so I'll give you the contrasting image. So in Rome there was a female goddess named Libertas, who only really emerged in the pantheon when Rome changed from being like a more traditional monarchy into a republic. And then she was associated with like freedom for slavery, freedom from slavery. But then if you contrast that, there's another god, who's her male counterpart. Not really. Well, his name is Liber. So Liber versus libertas, Liber is known as the free father, and he is like one of these phallic wine gods, and basically the image of is a guy who this is putting agentic freedom at the top of the hierarchy instead of arenic freedom. So basically, he cannot be tied down. He will do whatever he wants. So it's like, this wild god that goes around impregnating everything that moves and drinking, wine and all this stuff.
Except for
And
the puppy
like,
dogs, of course.
well, no, I don't know. They have all sorts of those weird hybrids in the mythology, So, I mean, like, what Zeus even like turned into an ant or something one time to impregnate somebody. I don't know, but like, so that's the thing, is that I think somewhere along the way we've changed it. This is the what needs to be recovered in the American culture, is this change from freedom where people did. Basically took on that more. It's not all like feminine in that sense, but like the sense of like protecting the weak, and and so for then, for that, like you could think of it like as the mother. The mother will do everything she can to take care of the child, but then the father should be the husband that protects the wife. So because she's focused on nurturing, and then he needs to protect her because she's vulnerable while she's giving her attention to nurturing. Like that's like the good arrangement. But when the man, decides, hey, I'm strong enough to overpower other men and other women, and then I can just do whatever I want, that causes a lot more destruction. So now we have this weird thing where people are getting this thing about like protecting rights, but then like the rights or whatever that they're protecting are these short-sighted freedoms for people to do whatever they want, which are not real freedoms or whatever. They're not really freedoms because they're passions that people get enslaved to. So yeah, that's my thing about like the American spirit. I think having those different concepts of like the masculine and the feminine and the agent in the arena really helps. It helps to figure out what you should do, because like obviously a lot of people are really like, from a good place of motivation, defending things that should not be defended, and
Yeah.
and they're opposing people. It's the whole thing of like being mean is the worst sin of all. But being mean to somebody when they're doing something stupid is a loving thing to do. If you tell them to knock it off. So.
I would agree with that. I just think the distinction I would make is like you're saying like the difference between selfish versus orenic. I think a better concept. I think that conceptualization works. What I'm saying is, I don't think the people who behave in very silly ways are acting in a way that like can even be characterized as selfish. I think calling them selfish is kind of an undue compliment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, no, I think yes. So you're absolutely right, because I think the thing is that you can't like, and this is a big problem. When people say like, I want to stop eating junk food or whatever, but like, every time they see the junk food, they have no willpower to give it up. It's not really because they don't have enough willpower. It's because they don't have a stronger desire that overrides it. So when you have a stronger desire, like you say, like I need to get in shape so I can get a girlfriend, or something like that, then you're like, oh well, because my more powerful desire overpowers my weaker desire. So that's really, it is about having the, it is about being selfish, but putting the thing that you want that's like the ultimate good at the top instead of dopamine or whatever.
Yeah, or
I
here's
just
an
want to
example I
throw
used
in
to
a
touch.
spirit, an American spirit. I'll throw in the word colonizer. It seems like that's an underlying spirit that, like, because I was asking, because I've thought like the United States, we've got a lot of abundance of natural resources, but like what we haven't necessarily, you could go find that in other places, but you maybe the greatness, and it's like who decides how to measure what great is. Um, like even the measure of the greatness might have to do with some underlying idea that the colonizer spirit is good. Um, but yeah, I would say the colonizer spirit. It took me a while to think of to name the spirit.
Yeah.
I just colonized it. I just colonized.
Yeah, well, what I was just going to say real quick, one thing that Michael's point is, perhaps a better example for the Thanksgiving specific example would be, let's say use the example of Thanksgiving. If you're talking about honoring your parents, which is a very Judeo-Christian value, the concept of honoring your parents on Thanksgiving, well, it's actually in somebody's interest or selfish interest long term to have good relationships with their family because their family can support them emotionally or when they're in, and basically the whole American spirit is like I'm willing to spend an hour or so, with my family, and in exchange that, by participating in part of this community, I'll be recognized by my family as a good person. It just means I'll be embedded in a structure transcendent of my own. Ultimately, the higher structure goes up to God, and then below God you have family, and then there's different nation and state, and then city, and then county, or like different hierarchies of the community or culture you're talking to. Highest being God, and on this level of abstraction, the American spirit is being embedded in this you could say substratum of transcendence at these different levels in the hierarchy, because by being embedded in it, ultimately every individual can get a piece of the pie, if that makes sense.
Sounds like colonization to me.
Well, I think the thing about colonization or whatever is like, so it's weird. Like, obviously, like, in the part of the like postmodern problem is that people have these words that mean one thing, that, and they always change the definitions, or
Yep.
use it to describe something bad. But if you look at like the progress of culture, like, and I think, okay, just like because people will be like, things are so bad and all this stuff, and it's like, okay, kind of like there are bad things, but just take the fact of like um, infant mortality and women dying during childbirth, and how much those things have been reduced, and how much that was the primary way that women and children died for most of history, like, and those things are like basically eliminated in Western countries. Um, and like that's a really good thing. So like, but what got us there was kind of it wasn't one culture. It's kind of this it's always, the evolutionary people will talk about it as like this competition kind of a thing, but there is something there where like you have to be able to observe what your neighbor is doing that's different, and like take some of that good thing, and like cultural appropriation, like that's a dirty term or whatever, but literally that's the only way that like you ever get any culture. Like how like, because if everybody starts off at the Stone Age, like you're you
Well,
know
I
you're
think,
not going to all advance like on your own.
but there are ways of transferring. You could even change the word and call it spirit, like over time through people. You could use a word like spirit or culture, information, but
I
there's
like
ways
to.
to do it in which like you opt in and say, "Oh, I want that." That monkey over there is using a stone to bust a nut. It's like I want a nut, you know.
Well,
But
I like.
Yeah.
but if you go in there and like just kill all the monkeys that are
No,
like
you shouldn't be
using
doing that.
stones and nuts, then you've modified culture in a colonist way that's
With
different.
colonization was a mixed bag. Uncle Sam is a pretty good dude, but what we did to the Native Americans was not the nicest. What I like the term transcendence, because the reason I use the term transcendence is A, it has religious connotations, and B, when we say transcendence, we mean it transcends an individual's context in favor of a larger substratum with the
But it
highest.
it's not transcendence. Just sounds too good. Like it's not all good, right?
No, but the transcendence means we have a hierarchy with God, nation, city, state, city, county, family, individual. We have a hierarchy that transcends each little element of the substratum to the highest goal. Does that make sense?
I mean, as a
Well,
spirit
you
being a person
definitely
or a culture, yeah.
you definitely need to have something that's outside of like the measurable and like the here and now and whatever, like because if you make your well, yeah, because if you put anything that's not at least something that is transcendent as a highest good, in a sense that it's like not attainable, because if you put anything that's attainable as like your highest goal, that's an idol, like you can make your family an idol, you could make your nation an idol, you can make your race an idol, and that turns you into all the isms,
And the
kinism,
negativisms.
racism, yeah. So like, because racism, you only are hating other races because you have made an idol out of your own.
You can make an idol out of infant mortality too, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people make political movements into idols.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, I don't know was you would agree with my concept that like transcendence is the best conceptualization, because like the reason it's just it's an important, and I think a lot of it comes from Jordan Peterson when he says like with each active decision you have in relation to the world and other people, it's going to be nested in something larger than that decision, and that decision that's it's nested in, or it's nested in something, that thing that it's nested in is also nested in something higher. There's always the only thing that will transcend all of that is God, but below that there's all sorts of whole hierarchy of importance,
I,
and
that,
like that.
I mean,
This is why
any idea is transcendent, right? Like
well,
anything that's like
an
not
idea
in
is,
this world is a
yeah, an
can be
idea is
you're
transcendent if it's non-localized, if that makes
if it's
sense.
immaterial, if it's
Well,
not like not
like for
material
example,
world.
one could say in a sense, a small business is transcendent of the individual employees and the owner, because the business is a life of its own, independent of the individual people who work there.
Well,
Or
there is a kind of transcendence that is outside of this world, right? There's transcendence that's outside the material realm, and then to your point, Kirk, there's transcendence within the material realm.
yeah, and the transcendence outside of the material realm we call God.
Well, my point is, you could call it God, you could call it Satan, you could call it racism. There's ideas that are just there's words that are connected to some motivating force or potential. Like, yeah. So it's not just God. It's like there's a whole territory of spiritual, metaphysical that can become your the thing you're aiming for in this guy that's moving you.
I agree, but what I'm
Well,
saying is in the
yeah.
proper. Go ahead.
Oh well, I think probably the important thing is to say, when we're saying transcendent, we're meaning the opposite of what the problem with so many kind of worldviews, in that they're reductionist,
Yeah,
because anytime you
transcendence is
reduce
non-reductionist.
anytime you reduce your worldview to something uh, perceivable, you're you've closed it off, and then then you
Well,
just are always like trying to
you can rebuild it though.
exterminate the bugs in
You
your
could reduce
worldview.
it and then reconstruct it and do that process.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the thing of, I think, I do think like there's a lot of usefulness in kind of the fractal nature of these things. So actually, if you look at the pictures I put on the cover there, um, so like I put in a little like poor, a little line going up. So there are all these different things. So it starts wherever you want to start, like symbolically speaking. Like, so you have like a shirt and you have a tent, and then you have like a temple or whatever, and those are all like interrelated kind of symbolic things, versions or whatever. Like they serve a similar function. Like and and then the one at the bottom is the woman with a with child, like that child is safe because it's in a protected environment, which is the womb. The woman is covered by the dress. A tent is like a bigger version of a dress because it's okay to be naked. You're naked inside your clothes, and so then you can be naked when you're inside your tent because it's like your tent. That's your safe place. And then and then it kind of scales up or whatever. So like those are like kind of these different scales of arenas, and it kind of like helps us locate like where we're at, because the whole reason why it's like tents before temples is that it's like, okay, if you want to build a temple, first you need to have somewhere to like sleep at night. So you're going to put up a tent first, even if it's not like like the tabernacle was like the tent that they worshiped in, which preceded the building of like a permanent temple. And so it's like, and if you're naked, you need clothes before you even worry about like shelter, so it's kind of like, we can get really caught up thinking about like what is the best word to use to describe worldviews, like that this will help our thing, but like there's probably a more immediate need that we need to take care of, and really, if you're somewhere in that hierarchy, then there's someone else beneath you that you probably need to take care of, because that's the thing, like once you have a tent, then you're okay in the immediate, and then you have to look at like who doesn't have a tent. Do I need to help them get a tent set up before I focus on building my temple or whatever?
I'll throw in there the hierarchy of values, whatever you uphold, all the words, your language, those can be like tents as well. Like, I mean, and if you're really going to love a person, it doesn't mean you're necessarily just going to love that you're going to love their tent. It's that there's a naked person underneath that tent that's more important than the tent, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to point that out. Like, there's something, tents are important, but there's something important about loving the person under the tent.
But the other thing that's beautiful about a tent is that it's mobile, which means that's one good aspect of it. But also, like, it's in its nature, it's like sort of a temporary thing, which is like, I think sometimes we get so caught up with like, what is the ultimate like solution to the ultimate problems, like, and you have that convective heat engine design, and it's like, what do you need to get that off the ground, Gavin? Like a couple $1 billion or something, right?
No, I think we could start with 30,000 just to get a model.
Okay. So
maybe 50,000.
So there you go. So yeah,
it'll be a model in a virtual space.
All right. So that's your tent then that you need to like, because if it's only like pie in the sky by and by, no one ever gets anywhere, and you could just spend all day long dreaming about it and not actually do it. But you have the tent, and it helps you understand like what is possible, and then you outgrow it, or it has its usefulness for a season. And I mean, I don't know, it's just kind of the fact of like that God tells the Israelites to build a tabernacle, and it's this tent, and it's like that was never going to be the permanent thing, but it was the thing for them, and he's okay with that. So I think we should be okay with that too. So.
Well, we got to be careful that our tent, we don't do idolatry, whether it's our hierarchy of values that we are idolizing, or whether it's our tent, whether it's whatever the tent, a spiritual tent or a material tent. There's a person. There's like a person that's a spiritual being underneath it all that was made in the image of God.
Well, that's what all those symbols are for, like, because even, or you could do the other thing of like clothing, and be like, you could be really obsessed with clothing and always wanting to get better clothing, and then like, do you ever stop to take the time to think about like some people have no clothing, and then like so yeah, these I think that
but
they all
another
point
thing is,
to the things.
if every time I opened either a can of Coke or drank a glass of water, I had to worry about somebody in Africa who doesn't have access to hydration, I would never live. So I mean, there's also a point of like,
No,
yeah,
no, no, no. Well, you shouldn't have to worry about somebody in Africa.
I don't.
Not no, but you should worry about people that you know. And if you don't know anybody that has any needs, then
If
Well, I
and
don't know.
it would be
I
good
mean,
to
I have like,
cultivate within yourself the capacity to care for people in Africa while caring for the people right next to you. Like
well,
that's a
I don't know.
possibility
I
too.
mean, in my specific example, I know I have an uncle who's addicted to his name is George, Uncle George, and he basically is a relatively not great dude, but he's not the worst, and he's I think he was addicted to
This is
heroin
a
for a little
public
bit.
conversation where you're talking about Uncle George now, so be careful.
Yeah, and I'll just say is if I could help him, I would. But I mean, it's just a little bit hard from my perspective. If if he can't help himself, or if he's got some problems, then I hope the best. And you're right; it's a public conversation. I'm not going to divulge further.
Well, we gotta love Uncle George.
We
Like,
got to lift Uncle
yeah,
George.
right. We love Uncle. We don't have to agree with what Uncle George does. But underneath that, deep down, that he's made in the image of God.
yeah. Well, and I also
Well,
make a point of
I just want to say, Yoav, if you want to come on, this is up. Just throwing that out there.
I'm trying to find this somewhere. So I'm looking at the text here. I don't like using ebooks, but you know they're useful for some stuff. But you know, I made a point in there somewhere like it's not just to focus only on the material, because I think like like because Jesus has the parable of the sheep and the goats, where he talks about like um, you know, I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink. I was naked and you clothed me. And you know, it's very easy to just look at that and be like, oh, okay, we just need to give people food, food, water, clothing. Like once we take care of those material needs, that's that's all set. Well, it's like everybody has access to those things in America, but like are those principles or whatever indicative of something more basic just in our responsibility to others? um like because okay, like for example, the person that's hungry or whatever, like a homeless person asking for food or whatever, um
Sartori, all
putting
of
aside,
that just bait. Like giving them food and stuff like that, that's bait to for their spirit and their soul. You just hear you hover that
yeah,
bait over. It's like, let me get you a spirit.
yeah, um
Well, Thanksgiving's a good time to give some food to some starving people who are homeless because we got a lot of leftovers, turkey and stuffing and mashed potatoes. Um, Yoav, do you have anything that you want to add?
No, I think somebody called me.
Oh yeah, I just said you were participating in the chat, and I haven't talked to you in a while, so would like to encourage you to participate. So this is a man named Gavin. I presume you know who Michael Satori is.
Yeah, I met Michael a few times before.
And do you
yep.
so Gavin and Michael, I presume you guys know who this guy named Yoav is. I've seen him. He's you're a friend of Jacob's.
Yes, thank you for calling me a friend of his, yes.
Um, so as an Israeli, do you at all celebrate Thanksgiving? The American Thanksgiving?
No, Thanksgiving is one American thing we don't have here. There's a movement for the establishment of Halloween in Israel that is active in my area. There is a cabal of people who are starting to celebrate Halloween in among themselves, maybe in a hope that we infiltrate to the rest of the society. But no, Thanksgiving we don't have.
Yeah. I mean, I think Halloween in specific might get a little bit of controversy because of its sort of paganistic roots. But if you're talking,
Yeah, it will put me at some lack of ease, but people around me are not sophisticated enough to appreciate that. What happened, what triggered it, in my opinion, was the year of COVID, when our festival day, Purim, we have a carnival day called Purim.
I know what Purim is.
Yeah, and so it was canceled during the year of the pandemic. But that leaves a whole, kids need to have a day of carnival each year. So that was the first, that was the door opened that let Halloween get into Israel. This is how I see it.
Yeah, well, the reason I asked about Thanksgiving was because even though Israelis are obviously not Americans, there are many Americans who immigrated to Israel, and if there was any sort of cultural overlap with regards to that.
Well, maybe lots of communities keep some of their holidays from back home, but there's not enough Americans in Israel to be weighty enough, which is not the case for the Russians. We have perhaps 10% of the population Russian speaking. So their family gathering holiday is Novi God, which happens to be on the
What's
31st.
that? What's that called?
Novi God. It's a new year. So it's celebrated the last day of the calendar year, 31st of December.
Oh yeah, so I guess the Russian people have a different New Year.
What do they have?
You said they have a different New Year?
No. They celebrate it in the correct day, the 31st of December, because it has no religious meaning. They don't celebrate
Then
it.
why is it different for the Russian? You said it's called the Russian New Year.
It's a Russian holiday. I mean, the 31st of December in the West, you would call Sylvester. And Sylvester has some kind of, it's a saint. So it has some kind of Christian religious meaning. But the Russians coming from the Soviet Union will not have any religious connotations whatsoever. So what they celebrate is Novi God, which is simply New Year.
I see. So it's more secular origin.
It's totally secular, but this is the holiday for them of the family gathering and having a good meal together. So Novi God has got into the culture.
Well, Thanksgiving is also relatively secular, and to the extent that it's religious, it's very not Christian. It's like all about just praising the one true God, so it's not necessarily exclusive to Christianity. So I could see, for example, even Orthodox Jews in America celebrating Thanksgiving.
Yeah, but my point is that I never seen it celebrated in Israel. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to analyze why, but
I understand.
I mean,
Yeah.
it is contextual to the pilgrims in Plymouth and all that. So it is that's with the specific timing of it in November and all that is about. So it is very specific to the American context, but in principle, it's good to have a day of thanks somewhere in the year.
well, the point of Thanksgiving is, I see it for most Americans, is the family gathering, not much of the Thanksgiving.
Well,
Thanks.
Thanksgiving is important, as in it's important to have praise to the virtuous elements within existence. But certainly, if you weren't going to specifically praise virtue and give thanks, spending time with family is important. And
Yeah. So
in the Orthodox
yeah.
Jewish community, almost every Shabbat, the family gets together on Friday night or on Saturday morning or Saturday evening for a meal, and it's Orthodox Jews have very large families.
Yes, so I'm saying I don't see any lack in Israel of opportunities for family gatherings. So I don't. The niche is not there for Thanksgiving to flourish.
Oh, Kirk is a crack overthinker, but this is in a good way, Young God says. I think it's in a good way, but um,
Do you ever take time to not think, Kirk?
I almost always like to think about something,
Yeah.
except
I
when
mean,
I'm sleeping.
I've run my engine like you do. My mind, I've run it like you, and I've found eventually it's nice to be able to quiet the mind. Like it's a really important skill to learn. But
Yeah, and
yeah.
that's what I think sleep is for, and that's why I think um, I don't know. I had a little bit of Coca-Cola and some water, so maybe it's the caffeine speaking. But
Yeah, I have no problem with anything you're saying, Kirk. But I do know I value the skill of being able to turn off my mind. And I worry a little that I won't be able to turn it back on.
so out of curiosity, Yoav, do you know who Gavin is?
I think we have
There was
spoken once or twice before.
one time I think there was a call out for some engineering, a thought from an engineer, and so I hopped in and shared a
Yeah,
perspective from an engineer.
I could get into the boring technical discussion with Gavin now, but I don't think this is the step we should do at the moment. Maybe I found that his technical work so much different than mine that there's a lot of.
So what do you do professionally, Yoav?
Well, I think I already said.
The 3D
you-
printer?
Yes,
What do you say?
I make 3D printers.
Oh yeah, I remember. I'm sorry. It's been such a long time since I've seen you.
Yeah,
I've actually been hiding the chat. Like I've ignored most of the chat, but I just happened to see your comment about 3D printer earlier on.
yeah. I hope you can go through the chat later because
It's
Yeah,
fun.
I was.
It
just
was
ignoring the chat.
it was worth reading that chat.
I was
Shout
reading
out
some of
live
it, but
stream.
like I'm trying to
Okay.
focus on the conversation of the people on screen. The people off screen are important, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to spend as much time, in conversation or dialogue with them.
Yeah, I need better hive mind etiquette, and I might just need to. Yeah, I might not have that skill, honestly.
So I was also going to ask Yoav. I actually heard a story from a little somebody who's a rabbi or a Jewish person who said that Israel is actually one of the largest purchasers of turkey globally. Or Israelis purchase more turkey than other countries per capita. I don't know if you've heard of this.
I don't know that we buy it. I know that at least in the past we used to grow it in large quantities.
Well,
I
I'm
haven't
just
been
telling you what I
following.
heard.
I haven't been following the industry for a while, but at least in the 60s and 70s, we had a large farming, large farms of turkeys because we don't eat pork. So you're left with not too many options, and if you want something that is
Yeah,
a little bit more porkish than a chicken, then turkey is your choice.
yeah, maybe that's what I said. Maybe I was confusing, but like, either you buy more turkey, or you grow more turkey, or you sell more turkey in other countries. But what I'm saying is,
I don't think we will import them. That will not make
well,
sense
maybe not
because
import them, but you guys eat more turkey than other countries, is what I'm saying.
yeah, and it's very the red turkey meat is very good for you. It's a very good red protein. We feed it to children at the right age. It's just mince it and give it to children at the right age. It's supposed to be the best thing, the best form of protein.
Well, I think the reason Israelis eat more turkey than other countries is because of the fact that, on top of the health benefits, the fact is it was considered by not all but most of the rabbinic authorities or rabbis or halakhic deciders that it was a kosher bird, and so if you're talking about something like pork, you obviously don't eat, or you know turkey's a pretty good substitute for other meats because it's it's flavorful, it's rich, it's not
I don't think there was ever any question about turkey. Different story with them, because
well,
as a matter,
there was some debate, but it wasn't big. It was like a little.
it cannot be, because as a matter of rule, we can eat every bird unless it's specifically named. And turkey is not specifically named as a
No,
bird you
but the
cannot eat.
reason there was some debate was because the way I read the history of it, or I think maybe Jacob described it to me this way. The way it worked is you're supposed to eat, you're allowed to eat any bird unless it's specifically prohibited in the Torah, but there's certain wild birds which are prohibited, because even though we don't know that they're prohibited in the Torah, the tradition or the Masorah was lost, and so the Masorah could have been that turkey was actually prohibited in the Torah, but it wasn't. We forgot. But the rabbis debated that, and it's like, is turkey one of these wild birds which could potentially be prohibited in the Torah in the same way like a stork might be? Well, no, turkeys are not like that because turkeys are not a predator bird, and so turkeys are fine.
Rabbis would debate anything. Why not? So yes, so they've debated it. There is a nice story about turkeys in Israel. You get a lot of dead fowl when you have a large turkey farm. And what do you do with your dead turkeys? You throw them into the river, of course. And in the river, there used to be snapping turtles. And the snapping turtles, with time, grew up on eating those turkeys. And they turned into monsters. Because if it can devour a turkey, it can devour a dog. So there was a kids' attraction going to that river, seeing the monster turtles.
Would a monster turtle attack a living dog?
If a dog fell into the water, yes.
Wow. So you guys trained your turkeys, trained them up to put them in moats around your castle.
Yes, we used to have, in the old days, we used to have crocodiles in some rivers. We used to have hippos in Tel Aviv. But those days have gone.
Mm-hmm. How long have you been in Israel?
Since I was born.
Yeah.
You've been there a while.
Yoav was born in Israel. To my understanding, I think my understanding is Hezi was also born in Israel. I think so.
Could be.
Oh,
I'm not
David.
sure.
Oh, David.
I need
in
to
chat
ask
says-
everybody about the home they grew up in. Is what I need to do.
I was just reading chat that David says, my wife lived in England for 2 years and said Guy Fawkes Day was like Halloween. I've never heard of Guy Fawkes Day. I know the Guy Fawkes mask.
I saw a movie where everybody
You saw a movie where what?
where everybody wore the mask. Let's see.
Are you talking about V for Vendetta?
I muted you. When you turned off your screen, you didn't mute. There we go. I'm guessing you meant. There you go. I've unmuted you.
I didn't warn you I was ill. You called me up anyway.
Is the movie you talking about V for Vendetta?
Yeah, that's the movie I saw. Yeah.
Oh, there's another one. There's a TV show. It's on Netflix called Money Heist, where one of the guys wears a Guy Fawkes mask. But I don't know if you've heard of that.
No.
I haven't watched all of it. I've only watched some of it.
I am going to see Moana 2 today. All of the Moana fans out there.
I didn't even know there was a Moana 2.
Yes, there is a Moana 2.
Oh, and yeah, Yoav, what you were saying was about Purim was right because the way even though Purim is not the same as Halloween, obviously Purim is some similarities in that as a Jewish holiday, it's involves dressing up and um doing some alcohol or drinking some alcohol whereas they're partying.
Yeah, and giving the kids lots of candy.
Yeah, it's like Mishloach Manot where you give your friends a
Yeah.
snack, sometimes candy or something else, or sometimes it can be charity and tzedakah. And I've been to a couple Purim services. I don't want to say it's my favorite holiday, but it's a pretty cool holiday. What's out of curiosity, Yoav, what's your favorite religiously Jewish holiday? If you had to pick.
No, I will not pick. They all have their function. They go together.
I agree they all have their function, but like, do you have one that you enjoy celebrating the most, or that you, when you commemorate the rituals the most, you feel more connected to whatever transcendence you can get out of the world?
Well, it's very easy because a lot of fathers here, they might understand me. Any holiday in which their kids are coming and we have a family dinner together, that's the best holiday for me.
Well, that's Shabbat, or
Any day. I mean, it happens almost every Shabbat, yes.
yeah, and I mean, family's important.
Yeah. That's the most important. So as long as that we are gathered together for family meal, I don't care for what holiday we gather together.
Well, there might be some questions about like, oh, what is the spiritual significance of a certain day, or is certain day better for a certain type of community, or are the prayers on a certain day thematic of a certain concept that resonates with you? I mean, I'm not saying that you have to have a favorite holiday. If that's your criteria, then almost any Shabbat would be it. But I understand like why somebody would be, oh, I like Yom Kippur the best because it's all about introspection.
Not in Israel.
Wait, what? In Israel, you don't have Yom Kippur about introspection?
Not in my community. It's a holiday, but not of introspection. It's something special. You have to see it to believe it.
What community are you talking about?
I'll give you another example. Some family of mine came from England to see the Wailing Wall in Jerusalem. And if you see any of the old pictures of the Wailing Wall, I mean, it's a crowded place and you have like 10 or 20 Jews in the tight alley crying and wailing and asking for stuff. This is the sort of image that you have about the Wailing Wall if you don't know the current reality. Now, if you come to the Wailing Wall on Monday or Thursday, which we happen to...
Which is a Torah reading?
Also Bar Mitzvah. Yeah, it's Torah reading and also Bar Mitzvah. Then you have a huge crowd coming, celebrating with trumpets and shofar, and every community dressed in their own
suits,
in the old garments. And I mean, a huge crowd of people bustling around and celebrating, and it really looks as if the temple is already built. The image that you expect to see after the temple is already built. That's not what you expect. I mean, you have to have boots on the ground to appreciate it. So, if you come to Tel Aviv in Yom Kippur, you'll see something different, something you don't expect.
Well, even Tel Aviv, the roads are shut down on Yom Kippur.
They are, yes.
But what I'm saying, I thought the whole point of Yom Kippur about introspection is that you look at what you're doing in the year and how you can change it, or you repent of any flaws you could have and commit to being a better person.
Yes, but
Well,
not in
that's
not in Tel Aviv, because Tel Aviv is almost totally a secular city, and every holiday turns into a secular holiday. So Yom Kippur, no matter how religiously significant it is among normal Jews, will be something different in Tel Aviv.
Sounds like Christmas. For in the United States, Christmas is celebrated in secular ways.
No, it's something you have to see it. It's not like anything else you ever seen.
My point is like it's that there's people who are secular who celebrate it, but then there's people who are religious who celebrate it, and then it means different things.
Okay, David J wants to join the stream. Can you post the link again?
Yeah.
yeah.
I think David's an owner. He could just show up.
Out
Or
of
he's an
curiosity,
admin.
Yoav, are you at all interested in philosophy or continental philosophy, especially?
Well, I never studied philosophy in any formal way. You cannot be in the TLC without being exposed to some philosophy occasionally.
Well, I'm not formally trained in philosophy either, but I'm interested in continental philosophy as a hobby of mine. Like, are there any continental philosophers whose themes at all resonate with you?
To be clear, by the way, yes, I do have access, but I am a gentleman. So I wasn't sure if you wanted it private. So I only came on if you said that you wanted me.
Fair enough. I appreciate you explicitly stating.
Okay, David, thank you for coming. Are you interested in continental philosophy?
You are interested
Am I
in
interested in continental philosophy? Not
Yes.
particularly. I did really, really like a Twitter bio, a Twitter thread called Kierkegaard Kardashian.
Kierkegaardashian.
Yes,
I know what
have
you're
you?
talking about.
So it's half Kierkegaard, half Kim Kardashian quotes that are very funny. I enjoyed that. Does that count?
No, I think we mean like, are you actually interested in Kierkegaard's ideas? But like, so you don't think you're particularly interested in it?
I'm interested in listening and learning. I'm not going to speak about it.
I'm just interested in other stuff more, I guess. Yeah. Let me read. I'm going to read to you guys. I'm going to read to you a couple of Kierkegaard. these quotes, half Kierkegaard, half Kim Kardashian. Okay. You exist. You are a human being. The sun shines for you, and your eyebrows are thick, natural, and amazing. See, these are very good. Yeah. Each individual fights for himself, with himself, within himself, in order to feel himself, to free himself before God. I am going to be so sore tomorrow. These are great. The unhappy person is one of whom the content of life lies outside the self. Can't wait to go to Miami this weekend.
Yeah, this is. I've heard of this. Adam says I have a ton of questions about knowing who said what.
Yeah, dress for the void you wish to escape from. That's a great combination of the two.
Yeah. I mean, David, what continental philosophers do you think you're broadly familiar with? Not necessarily that you've read, but
I studied. I took a university course in continental philosophy, and I didn't particularly like it, to be completely honest.
Well, as a Christian, I thought you might especially like well, like not just Kierkegaard, but I mean there are a couple others.
He's fine.
Are you all?
It's fine.
I mean, let's see, who's in a Christian continental world? I guess you could say Kant was a Christian.
Yeah,
Gerard was a
depending on your
Christian.
interpretation of Kant.
I don't know if
I just didn't find it particularly like appealing. So much of it is vibes based, I guess. When you hear something and you go, yeah, I totally feel that way. And like by the time I came across Kierkegaard, I don't know, this might just be me. I just found him whiny. Some of his stuff I very much agree with. It's not that I disagree with him. I just don't go, yes, I need to read you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm a continental philosophy type ish. I'm part of a Discord server with some Zizek loving people. And we talk about continental philosophy sometimes on Sundays, and it's a sort of how
Look, Slavoj Žižek is a lot of fun. He is a lot of fun. I'm not going to pretend he isn't. I like his tics. He's like, Gavin, have you listened to Slavoj Žižek at all?
I think I've heard him interact with one person, and I remember that one part where he's talking about Jesus on the cross, and that was like a part of his argument against Christianity, perhaps.
Yeah, he's a Christian atheist.
There you go. But yeah,
he says,
I'm not too familiar with him.
It's kind of funny. He explains a lot of his theories through jokes. So his idea of atheism is hinged on this joke about a chicken. So a man goes into a psychiatrist because he believes that he believes he's a grain of corn. He's utterly convinced that he is a grain of corn. So he goes through all this therapy for months, and the psychiatrist helps him realize he is not a grain of corn. And he returns back to his farm. He's a farmer. And then he calls the psychiatrist because he's having a mental breakdown when he's going to go outside, because he's worried that the chicken is going to eat him. And the psychiatrist says, but you know that you're not a grain of corn. And he says, yes, but does the chicken know that? And so he uses the example of Christ on the cross, my God, why have you forsaken me? Because he says, it is not enough that I don't believe in God. It needs to be that God doesn't believe in God. That's the only way we're at all free. It's like funny. It's like, do you really believe this, or is this just a joke?
I mean, it sounds a little bit like a troll move.
Yeah. A lot of his philosophy is trollish.
If I remember correctly, the first and last I heard of him is when he was having a debate with Jordan Peterson, and it was supposed about Marxism.
He's more of a Hegelian than a Marxist.
Perhaps, but Jordan Peterson, being sort of a neat kind of guy, came ready and well prepared for debate about Marxism. And then his opponent just changed the subject completely, started to talk about other things. Yes, I agree with you. I'm not a Marxist at all. I'm something else. And let's talk about other things.
Yeah. Well,
and then I stopped listening to that philosopher.
Yeah. Peterson was actually a bit frustrating in that debate because he was supposed to be debating Zizek, but Peterson showed up to debate Karl Marx. So all of it was nothing that Slavoj Žižek actually believed. It was only what Marx taught directly, not on any other ideas of socialism.
It's almost like, I wonder if Peterson was like, if he thought he was prepared or if he knew going into it that he was not prepared.
Yeah, I wonder. Well, and that was my feeling. I don't know if you guys watched the conversation between Dawkins and Peterson.
I like that one. I watched that one. Yeah.
I was so frustrated.
One thing I find really interesting about Peterson is that, like, he's talking about, I think mimetic theory is very similar to Jungian archetypes, but he never seems to engage with Girardians. I think he may have listed Girard once or twice, but like Dawkins did not come up with the concept of the meme, right? That goes you could say way back, but certainly, Gerard's much more of the anthropological codifier of that concept than Dawkins. So I'm just interested in why Peterson doesn't seem to talk about it much. If he sees a lot of similarity between this whole like the Baldwin effect and mimetic behavior and archetypes, you think there'd be more similarity there, right?
I don't know. Depends.
Well, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've listened to stuff on Girard.
Yeah,
and
no,
I know you're obsessed with his idea of the scapegoat.
Well,
You really want to talk about it.
I'm not obsessed with it, but I've been looking into it because I think it really integrates with a lot of what Peterson talks about how like when we're talking about why do we respect others, because we believe there's a stamp of transcendence in them, and that's a very uniquely Judeo-Christian concept. I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with him, but I'm certainly interested in his theory. But
Did I say obsessed? I know you're very interested. You're very.
And you did
You've
say
brought it up
obsessed.
several times when we were talking about other things. So we were like, you brought it up when we were talking about Macbeth.
I don't think I did not bring it up when we talk about Macbeth. You can rewatch it VOD. I know for a fact I did not bring it up when we brought Macbeth.
Either way, this is not the first time I've heard you talk about it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just bringing.
Just chatting streams.
I mean, David, do you blame me? I'm just saying it. I think it integrates with a lot of what Peterson talks about.
It's fine, I guess. I don't know.
No, I didn't bring it up during Macbeth. I did bring it up during the Hebrew Bible streams, but like, I'm just saying here because of, you brought up Peterson and Dawkins, and I'm saying the concept of meme is not original from Dawkins. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fine.
I think Peterson's doing the kind of networking status rep game, and it would be
you did say
fun to
obsessed,
collaborate with. He would like to collaborate with Dawkins and try to build a bridge there.
Not obsessed.
Yeah, I'll help him see something. Yeah, I meant colloquially, not actually. If you use the word obsessed, you just mean someone is very interested.
I'm looking to the comments right now. Catching up. Shishak.
Why didn't you like that conversation between Peterson and Dawkins?
It was repeatedly very frustrating. And I like laughed. I was so frustrated at certain points.
Like you wanted them to go somewhere that they did not go, or they say the thing you wanted them to say, or see the thing you wanted that you see. What was it?
I know that Richard Dawkins is a smart guy. Okay, I am aware of this, but it felt like Richard Dawkins had not read the Wikipedia page on the Bible. Like when Peterson was just like, the text developed and had like, it seems very, very clear that Richard Dawkins believes that the Bible has one author and was surprised that there's more than one book in the Bible.
Dawkins is smart in some respects, but he's vastly overrated. Not very smart.
I didn't catch that part, David. I could tell like his knowledge is limited on the Bible, but like he didn't go study theology but yeah, I did.
Right. Well, because Peterson wants to talk about the development of the text, and Dawkins is just like, what? The text developed? And just what is happening right now?
It's just a level of ignorance which is borderline astounding, that he would go into a conversation like this without knowing almost anything about what Peterson's actually getting at in terms of the historical significance of the text.
I think Peterson ended up trying to point him towards some thinker and some book about the evolution of religion.
I think it was Mircea Eliade's History of Religious Ideas. Am I correct, David?
I believe that was what he wanted. He wanted him to look at Eliade's work.
Yeah, so it could be the case, and Dawkins is just very ignorant in this area, and then reading that work might shine a light in an area where he might find interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean,
You
I think
can't be an expert at everything.
I think the main problem with Dawkins is not that he's not like familiar with the specific person. I think the main problem with Dawkins is just that in general he doesn't seem to be engaging with what Peterson's talking about, this historic meaning making associated with the Bible.
Hello.
What did I just do? That was an accident.
Okay. About Richard Dawkins, I can forgive him coming into a discussion about the Bible and not knowing enough about the Bible, because he didn't know that he didn't know enough about the Bible. My main trouble with him is that I suspect his biology. I doubt I think he's misleading the readers, not about religion, because people can go and study religion somewhere else. I'm suspecting more and more that he has misled the generation about their biology, and that is more of a serious complaint. And it goes to the statement or the concept of the selfish gene. Because biology doesn't go like that. It's not like the gene is the commander and the whole body is following its commands. I can give Gavin an example he can understand very quickly. In the DNA code, which it is a code, there are no if statements. I mean, if you have a code that translates into proteins, there are no if statements in that language.
I mean, there is if statements in the transformation of the code into creation of the.
Okay, so the master is the guy who is controlling the code. Yeah, if the code itself doesn't have an if statement, if you're looking for the master, is whoever is controlling which chapter to read.
You're talking about like an interpreter. Yeah, the importance of the interpreter.
Which chapter we read every day. I mean, there's so much that is written in the code. We can make our selection. We can make this stuff or some other stuff or not make anything at all. Whoever is in command is the guy who decides what we're reading at each day. And you have to go follow the thread and ask them, then who is in command? Now, if you follow the thread, you find like a paper, scissors, stone game that's going on. Because yes, the DNA completely controls the creation of the proteins. But you have the fatty envelope. And the cell is surrounded by a fatty cell membrane.
You know, I'm just saying, like generally, abstractly, you have an environment that's really important.
Yeah, but the environment is outside of the cell, so environment doesn't control the DNA directly. Whoever is filtering whatever of the environment is going to come into the cell and affect the production, the reading of the DNA, is the fatty cell membrane. They're the gatekeeper. And the fatty cell membrane is not created by DNA. The DNA is creating the proteins, not the fat molecules. So you have a trinity there.
But the fat molecules have to be created as well. Right?
Yes, but not
so
directly.
You have like cause and effects, right?
Yeah, it all's interdependent. Of course, it is all extremely tightly interdependent, but you have a trinity there. And you cannot talk about the selfish gene. That's completely missing the picture.
I'll just throw it, I think like we can describe something, like sometimes people will say that God was angry, for example. And it's like saying the gene is selfish, in my opinion, as well. Like it might look like it behaves that way when you look at it, but it's more like that's just us describing what happened from a human perspective, anthropomorphizing, But
yes, but I mean, yes, but I'm not criticizing the language. The language is okay.
Yeah. Well, and I
But
really liked.
I'm asking what is it there that is the selfish? Yes, something there is selfish. What? It's not the gene.
Well, so one of the bits that Dawkins did that I really liked, I haven't revisited, but he did something called Nice Guys Finish First. Have you guys seen that? Where it's kind of about game theory, and it's about reciprocity, and
That's just a theory.
Jon God says the central dogma of molecular biology was a hoax. Now he just put it concisely. This is the right way to put it. Jon God knows exactly what I'm talking about. He just mentioned it by the correct name. I didn't want to use those large words. For once, Jon God and I are in complete agreement.
Look, Jon God is making points that people just don't realize that he's making. There are jokes that have no connection to reality and just throw you off, and that there are jokes that help you understand things.
Jon God is very Zizekian in that sense. Not in the philosophical sense.
He's Eastern European. He's from former Yugoslavia. He has lots of tics. He has a beard. Which part?
Well, namely the fact Jon God. Well, I actually didn't even know. I thought he was I thought Zizek was Slovenian, not Yugoslavian. I could be wrong.
Oh, that's right. He's Slovenian. Yeah.
No, I just meant the part about the fact that he engages in a lot of post-ironic humor to illustrate his points.
See, now he's sniffing. Now he has the tics.
See, this is the post-irony I'm talking about. I mean, David, I'm curiously, so do you consider yourself educated within Jewish theology, even though you're a Christian?
I mean, I try to.
Well, what do you think about? I mean, not putting Gerard aside, what do you think about Levinas? Because I think he was also a pretty cool guy. I presume you know who Levinas is.
Are you talking about Emmanuel Levinas? Like the
yes. Emmanuel Levinas.
I don't know where to start.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm obsessed with him, but I am very interested in him. And Levinas's concept that the face discloses alterity is interesting. I think Levinas is interesting because he tries to integrate continental philosophy with Judaism.
Yeah. So the reason why I generally don't like continental philosophy is I feel like it gets you where we are right now, and I want to get out of here. Does that make sense?
Where does it get you?
Like I do think it kind of leads to nihilism, like or postmodernism.
Kierkegaard does not actually. Did you see the Rabbi Soloveitchik Halakhic Man Kierkegaard reading that Jacob did?
No, I haven't. I might just be out of my depths here, and I'm okay with that.
Well, that's okay. I didn't participate. I may have seen like one of them, but like I didn't participate in it. And but like there are a lot of people like that. But I'm just saying I wouldn't overgeneralize. And like a lot of Jewish theology from like I presume you know who Martin Buber is, right?
Yes, I and thou. Yeah.
Yeah, Martin Buber, Levinas, a lot of the Orthodox Jews are in that continental tradition.
Yeah. I guess it's just too new for me. I don't know how to explain it. I like very old things.
To answer the question that you all have said, well, what is the it that is selfish? And since Michael is here, I'll say the it is the tent. There's a tent around the genes, and there's a tent around that thing, which was the membrane. There's a tent around the organs and the bodies, and yeah, a bunch of tents. It's not turtles, it's tents.
Tents.
It's a tantalizing concept.
I get that.
Very, very intense. Yeah.
I liked the Jordan Peterson idea of that he was sharing about the archetypal predator.
The Jungian tradition, you mean?
Yeah, you
Well,
can call it
even
what you want.
yeah.
If you care about the name that you call things, you mean to call it something?
Right. I don't know. Like they kind of even danced around a couple of things. Have you ever heard that the word fish has no meaning? Because if you take all of the things that are classified as fish, because the term is so old that in biological terms, fish is not helpful. Just because.
I'll throw one thing.
I will give you a demonstration. Is whale a fish?
Right, depending on what you mean. It lives in the water. It can't live outside of the water. So yes.
Yeah, it goes deeper than that. And if you want to be wise, or if you want to sound wise, you said no. Whale is not a fish because it's actually a mammal that came back to the water. So you can say a whale is not a fish; it's a mammal. But if you dig deeper than that, then every mammal is a fish by the definition of biology. So the whale is a fish. This is why fish is meaningless.
Right. Or like the term shellfish, like a lobster is an insect. It's like crabs and lobsters are closest related to spiders.
It's a relative of the insect, not exactly an insect.
Yeah.
Close relative.
I watched something where there was like a tribe that ate bird spiders, like those really, really large spiders. And they said like the British guy ate some of it and he's like, they taste like crab. So like they even taste the same.
One thing that is interesting to me is that there's an idea of like a dragon, and then Jesus says, "Be wise as serpents and gentle as doves." And I'm imagining that a dove serpent looks like a dragon.
Yeah.
And so you know what I mean? It's like we're actually called to become dragons.
Within that as well, a mountain lion, and like they start, it's very funny how they get into these like arguments, because they start talking about, yes, the term dragon is stupid, but whale but lion is way more important. And in my mind I'm like, yeah, but you're not counting mountain lions or sea lions, because there's plenty of things which we also call lions as a class, which also is not, like a sea lion is not a more helpful term. Like dragon is just as useful.
Yeah, now we're getting into postmodernism, and I mean, what can I say? This is like a very postmodern deconstructive tactic.
Well, but I
There's
think
an opposite direction of like finding the common thread, like the essence.
I believe that Dawkins is ripe for postmodernism. And I think that that's why postmodernism took over in the universities. Okay, you guys can see it.
Oh, wait, can you show the meme? No, but what I'm saying is this whole deconstructing language because you can find exceptions to concepts is a very postmodern tactic. Right?
Yeah, which is fine if it's correct.
Yeah, but I mean, we still need language. We need symbols to communicate what we're talking about.
Well, there's some symbols that are more relevant than others.
Yeah, of course.
Right. It turns out we're like wired to detect threats.
Yeah.
It's like we'll ignore the beauty when there's a threat.
Well, even if you asked the because they kept on saying they compared a dragon to a predator, but no one said what is a predator, because predator is an amorphous term, right? Like I don't know. Have you ever seen an image of like cows will eat chicks? Like I saw an image where a cow just ate a chick right off the ground.
No.
But we don't think of them as predators.
Yeah. Well, you also have something like a word like parasite, so predator and parasite, but it's all kind of relative.
Mm-hmm.
I heard it about turtles.
The
Tortoises.
turtles that eat the dogs in the river.
No, tortoises. They're land tortoises. They are vegetarian. It's at least the one we have around here. They eat leaves, but they have to have some protein in order for some brain to develop. So a young tortoise will have to hunt down something in his early days, and then he will remain vegetarian for the rest of his life. So they have to catch something early on, probably snails.
I wish I knew more about diet, because what I hear is that we can get protein without eating meat.
Yes, but
That we don't actually need meat.
Yes, we can, but there are special foods they have to grow specially. This kind of food is not always readily available in the environment, and it has to be cooked. If it's plant origin, it will have to be cooked. Also, sheep do that. A sheep will eat a small bird if it finds it in the grass.
All animals want to eat meat. Have you guys ever had meat? It's so good.
I've had meat before. How about you?
Have you had like just like raw deer?
No.
I have not had raw deer.
Is it good?
Oh, no, I have. I've had raw deer once.
Okay,
I had deer tartare at a restaurant.
Was it good? Did they mix
That
things
sounds
with it, or
disgusting,
was it
Dave.
just plain old deer? Plain old raw deer?
Shame.
So they gave me raw deer with a egg yolk on top of it.
David, that's disgusting.
It was not my favorite. It was
Well, I'm just challenging the idea that all animals like to eat meat.
Butterflies don't.
Is that just because they have what is it? The pro?
I'd actually argue that animals don't like meat, most of them, but we flavor it with the stuff that we like fat and sugar and salt and seasonings, and then we like the meat. So we really don't like the meat. We just take the meat and add the stuff we like, and then you have a cheeseburger, and it's delicious. Anyways, it's related to the predator parasite topic.
It's actually post-ironic, apparently.
David Kirk was asking before, are we not? We're having no Bible study, or are you? I don't remember.
I'm having Bible study tomorrow. Bible study tomorrow is going to have a special guest. What are you talking about?
Who's the special guest?
Who's the special guest?
Well, Yanni said he's going to be attending
tomorrow.
Yeah. So
okay. I'm currently trying to help unload some things for Thanksgiving, so I'm not quite paying attention.
And we have a chapter that I will actually really, really like his perspective, and I will enjoy his a lot of pushback, because we're talking about the Witch of Endor. So it's a good chapter to have different opinions on.
Mm. Okay. Well, I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, I know. You're not there. You guys have your Thanksgivings. I did not realize that Jan God is in Europe right now. Canadians, we have Thanksgiving, but it's not a big deal.
Do you guys know about Squanto, like his story?
Yeah, talk about it. Squanto is amazing.
Yeah, so he was taken as a slave from the area of New England, but it wasn't called that. And then he was brought to Spain, where he converted to Christianity amongst the monks that bought him or whatever. However he got brought to like a monastery, and then he made his way to England and he learned English, and then came back to America, and all of his tribe was dead. They had all gotten sick, so he survived because he wasn't there, and then started living with the neighboring tribe. And then when the Pilgrims arrived in 1620, they met a Christian English-speaking Indian, which is who helped them to survive, and that's why we have Thanksgiving.
This is what?
Yeah.
How did he end up in Europe at first?
An English captain captured him as a slave and sold him to the Spanish.
And then how did he get back?
He got like his freedom or whatever, because I guess some of it's like, oh, it's not historical, it's just legend, because they just they don't have like a written copy of everything that's like first from a first person perspective. But he was basically like, it was Catholic monks in Spain that took him on, and then they allowed him to leave, or he got his freedom or whatever. So he went from Spain to England, and then from England he got on another ship back to America, just in time for the Pilgrims to arrive. Like he got there like a year before or something. So
I really have you guys seen the New World, the John Smith Pocahontas movie? Have you seen that?
Mm-mm.
It's by what's his name? The Christian filmmaker that everyone likes. Terrence Malick. Terrence Malick made a John Smith Pocahontas movie. But it includes a lot of people don't know that Pocahontas is baptized and takes on the name. I think it's Rebecca. I think she changes her name to Rebecca when she's baptized.
yeah, she went back to England and married another guy.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is her other name? Yeah, Rebecca. Rebecca Rolfe becomes her other name.
So do you guys have tips for how to keep the peace around a table where people have strong opinions and are in disagreement with other people at the table, and that nobody really, nobody's very good.
This is a problem that I will face at Christmas. Yes, I have family who are difficult to get along with. One of the family members that was very difficult to get along with was my dad. and now he's become interested in the Bible, and now he's a delight. So if you could convert your family, I think it would be a lot easier to get along with. Is that helpful?
I might bring this story up. I know a smart guy who has figured out how to solve the problem of conflict at dinner tables, and we just have to become interested in the Bible. That's all.
So the first time it happened, it actually like bothered me, because he just was like, I don't know, maybe the resurrection happened. That was like right before Christmas. And then we went down. It was the best Christmas we ever had. And I was like upset by how small it was of what was required for things to be better. So we got in the car and I just said to my wife, I was just like, is this it, Katie? Is that all that's required? A man just believes the resurrection might happen and he becomes less of a son of a bitch, apparently. And my wife was like, oh, I guess. Like, yep.
I mean, I know what it's like to be someone who says, yeah, who's on one side of the fence, right? Where you're the one who knows the answers and aren't willing to consider other answers. So
yeah.
I mean, that's really if you boil it all down, when there's the heated interactions between people, it's usually two people who know all the answers and they disagree on the answers. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it gets stressful sometimes. I remember it being stressful, going around and being around people who know all the answers. And
yes. And that was my dad. My dad was very much someone who just assumed he's very, very high IQ. And that's a problem. That's not, that's exactly what made it annoying.
Oh, man. Yeah, I think I heard Neil at the beginning hop in and talked about how he's maybe not so looking forward to this kind of thing that will happen in a political election year as well.
Well, and there's a meme that came up that I think for all you Americans for Thanksgiving is very important. Sure, visiting your family can be hard, but it's also the most efficient way to explain to your partner why you are the way you are.
Apropos the resurrection, do you have any idea, any thoughts about the Shroud of Turin?
I think it's pretty convincing evidence.
I don't have a lot of info on the Shroud of Turin.
It's weird. It's super weird. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about it.
I think the moment for me was when I realized, like, oh, there's people who wanted to kill others who ended up in prison in solitary confinement, and then now there are delightful people. How did that happen? Could it be possible that there is a way by which people are transformed? That's really what kind of, instead of me just assuming that this kind of thing just never happens, I said, could it happen? And is there really a way for this to happen? That's what kind of, helped me get to their side of the glass. Listening to the testimony of people, basically.
Yoav, are you an atheist? I can't remember. I feel like Jacob has thrown that term out about you, but are you? I like the idea that you just go black at that moment.
We had a long discussion about it. He did say I was an atheist, and we had a discussion about in what ways can I claim not to be an atheist. What I find religious people like Jacob, the way they see the world, is they think that the science has all the answers in the realm that is in the for science to deal with, and the religion deals with some other stuff. Like science will tell you how, and the religion will say why. I start as an atheist with science, and I say, okay, what is your claim? What is this world? How was it created? Never mind why it was created, just how. Just tell me, how was this world created? How did life came to be? And I found the answers of science lacking. This is the basis of my criticism of Richard Dawkins. If you don't know, say you don't know. Don't pretend that you have an explanation and just guys people into thinking that science has the answers, because science actually doesn't have the answers. So science will give you a story, a narrative, but the narrative has some holes in it. And the scientists will say to you, well, we are working on it. Of course, we don't know everything. There are some holes, and we are working to mend them. And with time, the holes will get smaller and smaller. What I found is, first, they're not showing any progress in mending the holes. The holes remain quite as large as they used to be, let's say, 100 years ago. And most important, the holes are also infinite in size. You can squeeze God into the size of the holes in science. They are so large. And they are important, and they are of essence. So if you have holes that are of essence and are infinitive, you have a place for the holes, the God of the gaps. So the term gods of the gaps was supposed to be derogatory. Like, you don't have any answers, so you assume God. But I don't find it this way. I treat my effort in understanding the universe seriously. So I say, okay, what is that? So I'm listening to lots of people in the TLC. Lots of people have lots of opinion. Nothing makes any sense to me, but I'm still listening. For example, the creation of life. Sometimes in the 50s, there was this experiment was supposed to show the way. We mixed some gases in some test tube, and we put a spark, and we almost got life out of it. And they've been working on that since. The more they were working on it, the less it was any answer. The more you look into the problem, the more difficult.
I love when lightning gets involved, because lightning to me is invoking magic. It's because to a human being, it's just like, I don't know exactly how electricity works. So it just is so reminiscent of Frankenstein to me, like the idea that we could take a corpse and it's attached to something. And so if we shoot a corpse with lightning, we could bring it back to life, right? Like it's just like it is so overlapping in magical kind of thinking.
Lightning is not magic, it's pseudoscience.
Right.
Magic is saying the magic word, saying abracadabra. Like in Harry Potter, if you want to do some magic, you have to say, you have to speak something. Okay? And this is exactly what is written in the Bible in the creation of the universe or the creation of man. God was speaking. What is missing in order to make the magic happen, you have to speak. Now, what is speech in that sense, in that time, in that context, is supplying information. It's saying something, adding information to the mix. So this is exactly what was happening in the creation of life. The lightning was there. The electricity was there. Chemistry was there. Everything was ready. What was missing? The information. And there's no science that can explain how that information was added to the mix. Quite the contrary. What information science tells you is that there's no way it could happen naturally. So I'm just recognize what I don't know. I'm marking the unknown territory very well. Since I'm an engineer and I'm always thinking in mathematical terms, whenever I considered God as infinite, I just don't recognize any way of communication between the finite and the infinite. You can make a mapping between them, but I don't think there can be communication. In other words, I will never be able to understand it. So yes, there is a quest to understanding better. This is not going to end. I'm not going to get to the bottom of this question.
Yeah.
Now, mappings are sometimes one-directional. Like, if you create man in the image of God, that's a mapping from God to man. It doesn't mean there is a mapping between man back to God. It's like a shadow. If you have a shadow of a man, you have a mapping between the man and the shadow. But you cannot make back from the shadow and recreate the man. So I don't think saying that since people were creating in the image of God doesn't mean that God is in the image of man. So I cannot attribute human characteristic to God. Like there was this discussion just a few days ago between an atheist and a Christian. And the atheist was pushing on the original sin. Why is God so unjust as to punish humanity so severely for such a trivial offense? Now, my answer to that, you attribute the properties of humanity to God. You are claiming that God should be human. This is in principle not correct. Like God will sometimes order you to commit a genocide. It clearly is not showing humanistic behavior. You still can struggle to understand, but you are clearly not going to settle God's properties with your own mental composition. That was a long speech.
I liked it. Look, I listened to the I Had a Dream speech, and it gets boring near the end. But I thought you were very interesting all the way through. And I'm very glad to have you as part of the Bible study as well. I never feel like this guy's not paying attention. He's not, you know what I mean? Because there's some people that you just go, will just pay more attention. And I don't feel that way about you at all, Yoav. I love when you attend.
What about me?
Yes, Kirk. What? Kirk. I'm not telling you how I feel about you because this wasn't about you.
I'm asking you a personal question.
I told you I like you. Have I not told you that I like you?
Well, you told me you like me. You just don't tell me whether or not you like me at the Bible study. But yes, you do. Okay.
Yes, I like you at the Bible study. I just don't like when you go far off. I like being pulled off the trail, but not far off. So sometimes
that's what I usually try to do.
Yes, you have to be wrangled. You are someone who has to be wrangled. I'm just going to talk straight with you and tell you that.
Yeah, but you need somebody who can move you a little bit off path to,
of course you would say that. You're the one bringing people off the path.
Well, I'm saying objectively speaking, even if I never participated, you'd still want somebody who can fill my role. Is what I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah.
You need a somewhat autistic teenager.
Somewhat?
Yeah, I think I'm on the spectrum.
Have you seen the news program I made with Chad? Have you seen that?
No, but the reason I say somewhat is because I haven't been diagnosed with autism, but I'm probably autistic.
So the end of the video, the last joke I make is a special congratulation goes out this week to the 3 very special corner members who aren't on the autism spectrum. Must be nice. That's the last joke that I made. That's yeah. It's more of a requirement
I like
to
the
be
Book
in
of
the corner.
Samuel. I like studying Book of Samuel with you.
Okay, good.
I also would like eventually if we could maybe get into Kings.
Into what?
Kings?
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get into Kings. Kings is a great book, and I love it immensely.
I love Kings too.
It's great. Where else do you get God making? Where do you have prophets saying that other gods are taking a dump? Show me the book.
Well, I also think one of the problems, though, is we're always looking at the Peshat in the Tanakh, but we're not going through the rabbinic commentators usually, unless Jacob or Hezi recommends one. But maybe we should start having this week we're gonna go through Rashi's commentary or Rambam's commentary or the Malbim's commentary.
Well, let's. I'm not against that, but I feel I want.
No, but I'm a Noahide. I can't come at it with too much Christian bias.
That's fine. Look, Yoav is there every single week. I don't think you have to be a Christian to be all right with.
Yeah, but I'm just saying I wish we had more Orthodox Jewish resources to counter potential Christian bias.
Potential. And with that, I have to go.
I'm
not offended by you at all, Kirk. Yeah.
I love Christians. It's just the way you guys interpret the Bible can sometimes be not kosher. Is what I'll say. But no, you're a very rabbinically astute Christian.
Thank you, David. So when Yoav was talking, it made me think about gravity. At some point, I started looking more closely at gravity, and I'm like, it's this invisible force. I don't know where it comes from, and it influences everything in existence. I'm just like, man, we have omnipresent forces that we can't see. Gravity was kind of the thing that really got me to into the idea of a creator, a force, and forces that throughout all of existence. That was my specific God of the Get a long time ago.
Yeah. Wow, it's 2:20, and at least what time is it where you are at, Gavin?
2:20. I'm gonna
Hi,
go see
Chrissy.
Moana 2 today.
What state do you live in?
Alabama.
Yeah, I'm here in Mississippi.
Mississippi. I've been there quite a few times. I spent a lot of time in Starkville when I was a kid. And I have some family over near Helena, which is in Arkansas, Helena, West Helena. But yeah, maybe once a year I go towards Mississippi.
Yeah. Have you ever been to New Orleans? Because that was I was growing up.
I have never been.
Yeah, Mississippi, Alabama, I've been, and I would like to. I mean, I don't think I can meet you because we're in different states, but I mean, it's nice seeing you, even though we probably couldn't meet in person. Do you come to TLC? How often do you come on stream?
It's been a long time. But I'm usually I'm usually have Discord running. Sometimes I pause notifications there, and uh, I'd be more tempted into like a Discord voice chat than StreamYard personally. And I actually want to try encourage. I'd like to encourage all the streamers who do StreamYard to also spend some time in voice chat as well instead of just StreamYard.
Yeah.
But it's a little less. It's just different. So, but yeah, I'm there in the Jacob Slider Discord server.
Yeah. I mean, David should be in the Discord server. Yoav is Hezi. Let me see. I think Sandy should be in there. Adorn Heal, Emma, I think should be there. Forgot her name.
Right.
Who's Trey? Uh, Andrew. Who's the other guys? Oh, Michael Satori. Yeah, a lot of cool people in TLC are in Discord. Are you at all part of the So are you still part of the PVK Discord? Because I'm not.
I got kicked out. I'm not allowed there.
Oh, what happened?
It was years ago. Um, I had not learned the teaching from Jesus about how to rebuke people, so I was rebuking the owner of the Discord server publicly on my YouTube channel, and he responded the way you might expect in hindsight. Um, but yeah, I'm not allowed there.
Yeah, I've never been part of PVK. I just don't pay much attention to again PVK. I'm not very frequent TLC, but I do hang out on Jacob's Ladder a little bit, and I do try and come on Jacob's stream here and there. I just think that will you do you know will you have time maybe tomorrow to come on the Bible study?
Probably not. I will be with family tomorrow. So
That's
yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like a lot of people who can participate on the like in an internet community are going to tend to be people who aren't the married with children in the house, and it's important to I think it's important to have internet community and community in general, but it's just those of us with family in the house, it's a blessing and a responsibility, and we don't have that opportunity to be a part of the internet community as much as others.
yeah. Do you think that so when it comes to TLC, do you ever come on and would you feel comfortable coming on any of the just chatting streams that Jacob hosts?
Yeah, yeah,
I mean, I understand you're not the only getting on StreamYards, but the just chatting streams tend to be more casual.
yeah. The difference here is that I started it, so I got to pick when it happened. when everyone else is doing it, the stars have to align. So
Yeah.
like I've got responsibilities that just allowed for this to be a time for me to where I could do it. But I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that well, we tried to encourage the 14-year-old without the real name, but yeah, and being able to connect with people who are actually practicing, trying to do good, trying to love people, love God. I think it'd be good.
Yeah. Do you think so let me see, when you participate are you familiar at all with Fountain of Comfort?
Yes, just a little bit, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little bit for me too. So I don't know the most about it, but I know Jacob's starting to create some sort of mental health service, coming from, I guess you could say, I guess first of all it's coming from an Orthodox Jewish perspective, but like a service, to help modify social work.
Yeah,
And
maybe training and teaching, providing educational resources. Maybe it has something to do with that.
yeah, oh, I think it's a good cause. I
It's
don't have.
probably connecting, an attempt to try and connect the problem of secure distributed cognition with mental health, if I had to guess.
I don't know if it's specifically about secure distributed cognition, but it is about trying to
I mean, if it
have.
includes Jacob, it's going to include his idea of secure
Well, yeah. I
distributed
mean, I'm sure
cognition.
it involves distributed cognition, but it's
It's going
a.
to include his worldviews.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just about. It's something. It's going to be something about psychology. I don't know exactly Jacob's plan, because I'm not Jacob, but it does sound like it's going to be a interesting. I saw Luke made something.
Yeah,
Shara said that I was one of the non-autist. Yeah.
I wonder how many autistic people enjoy poetry, or I know there's a diversity of autistic people, but I wonder how many autistic people enjoy poetry. Is this the measuring stick? It'd be cool to to get a feel for it.
So, out of curiosity, are there any TV shows or movies that you enjoy? I don't watch almost any TV, but I did when I was younger, and
I mean, I was shaped. I have a lot of movies, is what I have. Um, but yeah, I was shaped by a lot of movies and shows. But nowadays, not so much.
yeah, I agree. Nowadays, not so much. Even though I watched them when I was younger. So, what are some ones that you watched when you were, I guess, younger?
So I grew up without cable television, and I watched, I reran basically three movies off the top of my head. Was like Star Wars, the first one, the original one, where Luke is out in the desert, and then Lonesome Dove, which is a long western, and then E.T. I grew up on those, but then as I got older, my neighbors, they collected movies, and I got to watch a bunch of movies. Um, so those, but those three I mentioned probably were big influences when I was a child. Now, but if I had to point at some, like I really enjoyed the Matrix trilogy. Um, I enjoyed trying the idea that we're in a simulation. I enjoyed kind of those post-human technocratic ideas. I was shaped by a lot of that in my reading of science fiction as well. So, I've yeah, I've been a bit of a technocrat in my life.
I'm not a technocrat.
Like I was making recordings to talk to the future artificial intelligence guide so that it would be able to identify me and place me accordingly.
Yeah. I actually never saw The Matrix.
Well, there's probably a short clip where you can, and you look up the Matrix is explained to Neo, and that would be good enough to get you going. It's whether you would be interested or not.
Yeah, I'm sure that what's it called? There might be some interesting things in like Matrix. It's just I haven't and I haven't you know seen it.
What about you? What's your
I used to watch Cheers, Seinfeld, and Frasier,
okay?
and I watched on top. So Cheers, Seinfeld, and Frasier. I watched like the first couple of seasons of Money Heist. I've seen. I used to watch Chopped, which is a show.
I
I don't
know
know if you.
Chop.
Yeah, I used to watch that a little bit. I've seen. I mean, quite a few movies. I've seen some. I haven't paid attention to like the plot of them, but I've seen some of the Batman movies and some of the Star Wars movies and superhero movies and Spider-Man movies and
Fa- Favorite Batman villain?
uh, I don't know. I guess the Joker.
The Joker. And was it like I guess which Batman Joker? Was there a specific version of Joker that you liked?
I don't know. I mean, n- nothing that comes with. I mean, I don't know. I just don't
There
pay
was a
much attention.
okay,
I don't
yeah.
pay much attention to like, oh, this actor played in this or
Oh
this
no,
movie
no.
came for this or even the plot. I remember
Okay,
the names of the movie. I remember the general feels I had during the movie. I remember
I got you.
maybe some basics about the plot. It's just
I've always been attracted to the villains. Like that, I love a good backstory for a villain because I feel like I don't really blame villains. Like I feel like they've been shaped and created into who they are. Kind of like
well,
in the Bible.
that's sort of
That
like the Hawkqueen, Phoenix, Joker. That's kind of. I mean,
if
it's
it's a
kind of
good story, you got to have every villain needs a good backstory to explain why they do what they did.
well,
So
Joker has a very long backstory.
yeah, yeah, and well, the one you just pointed at, that kind of puts, it created a backstory for it, but I don't know like how many different versions of backstories there are for Joker. But yeah, that was a good one. I actually own that one. So
Yeah. So I'm curious. Are there any So you said you like that. I'm thinking. Wh- So what kind of movies do you like? Well, I like not that many movies, but like I don't really like. I hate most horror movies. Not all of
yeah,
them. Most
yeah,
horror
yeah.
movies.
I'm with you there. I'm not a big fan of I don't really want to be scared by a movie with like monsters and doing horrible things and horrible things happening to people. I don't really want to watch that.
Um, I watched a lot of the Pixar movies growing up. So I watched like The Incredibles. I watched Up. I watched what's
Yeah,
it called? Monsters Inc.
yeah. I own these. These are
Inside Out.
yeah,
Classics.
yeah. We it's funny saying classics. For some people, classic. Yeah, and classics. I guess Toy Story might be like going way back with
Yeah, Toy Story is
animation and
definitely pretty
whatnot.
good.
But DreamWorks is pretty good as well. They've got some good ones. I think
Yeah,
you mentioned a
Shrek.
few DreamWorks there. Yeah, my wife and I would go watch these before we had kids.
Well, these are actually pretty good for kids. I
They're
mean,
good. I mean, they're good. Yeah, I mean, we watched them with our kids, and we've watched them before we had kids. So yeah, I've sometimes thought about like, that there's this dash little dash corner.com with YouTube channels. I don't know if you've ever been there, but the idea of curating a library of content is probably really important. The Bible is kind of a library of content, but as parents, there could be a library of content. Our school systems figure out libraries of content. Certain degrees is a library, a curriculum. This is it's a really important potential special interest for an autist. Prince of Egypt is the best adaptation of the Exodus. I might need to buy that one. I don't even know if I've watched that one. We've been going 4 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah. I mean, time flies fast when you're having fun, I guess.
I mean, it sounds like you enjoy thinking and you enjoy like sharing your thoughts. And so this is, I mean, maybe that's even what YouTube land is, like for people who like to think and share thoughts, right?
Hello, Yoav.
Hello. I want to start talking shop about programming.
All right.
Uh,
Hopefully I can keep up. I know my area of the shop, but
yeah, exactly. I want to compare notes.
okay.
Because I'm also a programmer. I'm doing I'm doing it in the contents of building 3D printers. But in the company, my role is a programmer, and I've been a programmer for many years. I started with punched cards. I actually punched cards in a machine and put them for the man to put them into a mainframe.
Yeah, you have to put them in the right order. Yeah.
Yes, definitely. I'm still remembering the day. Like if you drop your pack of cards, then you are in a bind because you don't. You have to sort them again.
My father, he went to go get his master's in psychology, and he learned to do this as well when he was in college.
Yeah. So one thing I want to talk about is the use of AI. If, of course, you do it for auto-completion. That is a use case I'm aware of. But to use it a lot further than just auto-completion?
Yeah, so generative, in the generative space, so, and there's a lot of ways to use it in a lot of different fields. Which it's interesting to talk about the other fields as a way to kind of see how some people are wrong in their thinking on AI and what it will do and can do. But yeah, I can actually explain what I would like to be generated, and it will generate code in different languages. So it's kind of like auto completion there, but I don't know how technical you're trying to get, or if you're trying to stay applicable and what are the applications. But yeah, I know something about the applicable side of artificial intelligence and large language models. I don't have much experience on if you get into the details of how it actually works with the transformers and the different technologies under the hood. But yeah, we can go into any of these directions.
Well, my experience is completely different. I actually didn't know that people had started using it seriously. I don't do it directly because I live in a sheltered environment of MATLAB.
I don't know what that is. Sheltered environment of something.
MATLAB.
MATLAB. I got you. MATLAB. Okay.
Yeah. So MATLAB is everything. It's a language, it's IDE, it's documentation. It is a walled garden. And around 2008, when they started to have object-oriented programming, serious object-oriented programming, then I realized that I don't need anything else. It has everything. It encompasses every style, and what's best with MATLAB is that it has excellent documentation with excellent examples. So you don't even have to Google stuff. If you have a question, you refer to the MATLAB documentation, and you don't even have to Google it.
I'm with you.
So I have no need for AI, and I think it's also the nature of my work, because I'm in sort of a research and development environment. We're always doing new things. We're always exploring something that was never done before. And I think that AI will not help me much because my problem is always unique. It's always a one-off problem.
Mm-hmm. But you're gonna have a job to be done with requirements and user stories, something like that. Like someone asks you to do something, like you get handed this thing that tells you what you need to do, and then there's the potential to use AI as a force multiplier so that you at the end of the day end up saying yes or no. Did it do what you wanted it to do? Yes. Did it do what it's supposed to do? No. And that's going to be it's like eventually programming will be very simple, and where people won't really need to know how to write the software. People right now, it still helps to know how to write software. They say, because do you trust what it's creating, that it's not going to like do something bad? So do you need it? No, you don't need it, but maybe you could use it to do 10x your productivity.
I don't think it's possible because it's not. My problem is never expressing my thoughts into code.
Okay, you got a different bottleneck.
Yeah. The problem is actually finding a solution to a problem, which is innovative. So like it's a problem that was never stated before, and I have to find out a solution to it. It's a great inventive step.
I mean, I would be tempted to just open up GPT 4.0, create a new prompt, and try to prompt it with an example problem and see if it's able to solve the problem. You're the expert and would be able to say, "Oh yeah, that's junk," or "That's pretty good," or "That's really good," right? So I would want to take your whatever it is the problem is, and then attempt to provide some guidance like you would to some new hire that works alongside you, and say, "Here, go do it," but hand it to like a large language model and see if it produces anything of value, right? Have you ever tried anything like that?
Well, the reason that I haven't tried it, yes, I did try it, but it failed miserably, but that's because it was too early. As I said, I'm working with this walled garden of MATLAB.
Right.
And they've heard about artificial intelligence, and they want to replace their excellent documentation existing essay documentation. They want to replace it by some kind of an INI. So they are starting a project that will do something like as you've this. So I will describe the problem, and it will spew out the MATLAB code.
Right.
At the moment, it's very much in its infancy. So it will generate junk, and it will do a lot of hallucinations.
Right.
It will be. I did find it as once as a good conversation partner, even if you're talking to some partner who is actually not as good as you are, but you're having a conversation.
It's better than a rubber duck. You've heard of rubber ducking?
Yes, it's better than a rubber duck. Right. So I had once a chat with AI. It didn't solve my problem at all, but it's gave me, oh yes, there might be something to what you're saying. Let me check this. Right. So at the moment, I'm waiting for MATLAB
that's extremely valuable. Like, so what they've done in like with crystals and with proteins, I think it's like they've been able to just generate more potential like crystals than humans have been able to discover in all of human history, and they've been able to do it like way more. The number is way more than what humans have ever done, and they've done it within a small amount of time. And then they're able to say, okay, well, is this a good one? How can I use this one? Right. So it generates a lot, and maybe half of them are trash. Maybe 90% of them are trash, but how long would it have taken you to come up with the one that worked? Right? You may have never come up with the one, that idea, unless it had you had been handed the idea somehow or something.
My point is that you can trust AI if you know that it is working based on a lot of data. Yeah. I just don't believe that any AI had enough data that is relevant to what I'm doing. That is the use of MATLAB in the realm of 3D printing.
So
I just don't.
Well, it builds on, so what it does, you can train it on language, and then in MATLAB, you're basically, the documentation is like the contracts and the interfaces, and then it can use its large amount of training on language as a whole, plus the context of the documentation, and then all of a sudden it can start generating code for you based on the documentation and examples.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that it might be possible to transfer knowledge. Hello. There's a lot of noise now.
I muted you, Ron, or at least I tried to. Let's see here. There we go.
Okay, so I want to give Ron a chance to speak, so I want just to briefly touch on another aspect. One other thing that is interesting on that theme is what about the use of MATLAB to write artificial intelligence? So MATLAB is, in the last few years, they've done a lot of effort. I mean, they put quite a lot of their effort as a company to enable me to do AI, to create AI, rather than use AI on my computer. But in the last year or two, they have run into a brick wall. And if Ron comes back, I will let him speak. And it relates to a more fundamental question. I think there is a question here that is more fundamental than the AI thing. Is the long time play between the personal computer and the mainframe. Because I lived for several cycles. First, there was a mainframe, and there were PCs, and then the PCs become dumb terminals to a mainframe, and then there were PCs again, and then there was now everybody is connected to the cloud, which is again sort of a mainframe. And what I detect now is a concentrated effort by the creator of all operating system to turn the PC into a dumb terminal.
Right.
And it is formalized as the war against malware. We don't want you to write software for your own PC because then malware can be installed on your PC. And then it's either then my profession disappears because we cannot write any software, or then you push to the clouds and it's understood that whatever you're doing in the cloud.
Right.
And what's happening now with AI is now, the individual PC is now too weak to handle the current AI. The current AI can be done only in the cloud.
I'll correct you there. It takes a large amount of computers to create a model, but a model can be run on a computer that is has less resources. So they like to keep their model proprietary and protected. If it's really good, they're not going to want you to take a copy of the model and run it on your own computer. But that's kind of a little bit more details on how that works.
Can you run ChatGPT model on your PC?
You can run a model like ChatGPT on your computer, if it has enough hard drive space, and if it has a certain amount of performance depending on whether you have the right GPU and the right hardware. But it'll run faster or slower depending on your hardware. But yeah, there are models that are like ChatGPT that you can run, but not like their best model. Their best model, they're going to keep it under wraps, and then some period afterward, the open source models will catch up. It'll just there'll be a trail of open source models being released that you can learn how to, host on your own computers, your own hardware. And this is going to be big. There will be models that people are, yeah, there'll be models being installed on your cell phone eventually, is what I hear. The models will get trained with just tons of compute, and then a copy of the model can then be installed in all of your little devices. I've actually installed a model once on my own personal computer, and I've taken an open source model and deployed it in the cloud myself. They're not, but these aren't as good. The people who are making the models, they want to protect their best models and try to make sure they're funding their operations right. They're not going to just release their best model. But what they will do is there'll be other companies catching up with OpenAI, for example, and releasing new models that are open source. But they just aren't funded as well, so their rate of progress will be slower, and they'll be behind. And it requires like some way of getting the money to buy the resources to train models through donations or some other outlet. It's the amount of resources needed to train these models is ridiculous.
Okay, I will know when that happens, because MATLAB now they have a problem. They cannot import the latest models into MATLAB because of them being proprietary. The minute there will be an open source good model, then I will get it through MATLAB.
So I can share a link to a website where we download open source models. It's called huggingface.co/models. They have different models that do different things. And some of them will specialize in the chat, but some will have other things to specialize in. But it's an area that I'm not an expert at. It's just, like I said, I know how to use these and host them and test them out and, try to create something valuable with them. I just don't use them often day to day. Computer vision, natural language processing, audio, tabular, reinforcement, other. So the natural language processing would be the thing that's kind of like a ChatGPT. But what they have, what the technology is getting into, having multiple models, and then having software that make use of those models, and then that software, they call that an agent, and then allowing the coordination of many agents communicating with specialized agents in order to essentially have something like an organization of AI agents working for you. That way, for example, in OpenAI, they can reach out and connect with and interface with a model to create images. So the large language model doesn't create the image, but OpenAI can interface with a large language model, figure out figure out if the end user needs an image, and then generate a prompt in order to interface with human natural language with another model that specializes in generating images. And so you can have these specialized models that can be, the amount of tools that can be used by your software system will increase. We're going to get put out of a job, Yoav.
Well, I'm going to retire pretty soon, so I'm not very worried. And all my kids have sort of found their niches within the brave new world already. There's this Asimov story about television repairman. When they installed the robots that could repair the televisions, and they asked him, "What are you going to do?" "Well, I'm going to repair the robots." One of my sons is working in the company. This is generating AI models to find faults in AI models.
Yes.
Okay, that's enough talking for one day.
Yeah. Well, I am gonna go watch Moana 2 pretty soon. So important stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 hours now. Yeah.
Longest stream I've ever been on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, luckily I'm at home ill, so I have nothing else to do, so it's fine with me.
Well, I hope you 3D print some turkey for Thanksgiving. Nah, I'm kidding. It's good talking to you guys. Good meeting you, Gavin. And I know you're pretty shy on StreamYards, but I usually prefer talking on StreamYards. So if we can ever see you again, that'd be great.
Good to hear, Kirk. I'm glad to meet you. Good to talk to you again, Yoav.
Yeah, young God, you should see me when I'm dead. Have fun.
What's that?
He says for someone who's sick, it was quite a performance. So I'm saying you should see me when I'm dead.
I gotcha.
Okay, lovely meeting you.
All right. Have a good one. Bye-bye.